Okay. Test, 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 test. Can people hear me? I don't even know if anybody's here yet. Let's take a look. I've turned to Ro to get fixes from... Wait, who is Ro? Thank God our queen returns. Wow, that's not an reaction I was expecting. I've been here for a while, Glitterbell, okay? I just stream once a week around this. Right now, I'm streaming once a week, okay? Because I am... Oh, Real Housewives of... Okay. I stream once a week right now because I'm working on video editing. I'm working on pumping out video essays as quickly as I can. It's taking me longer, but you look great. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Okay. I have not updated anybody that I'm live. Hello, fine shit. Hello, how's it going? Let me post this. Watch live here or on YouTube. Mamma mia, here we go again. My, how could I resist you? Yes, I was broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. Okay, why did I ever let you go? Now say I look great. Well, thank you. I'm doing well though, been busy too, missed you. I miss you! I was just wondering the other day, I was like, I wonder what Glitterbell is doing. Yeah, so we've got updates. Stardust would never be late to his stream. I'm looking at some of these older comments on my live stream. Stardust would never be late to his live stream. Yeah, true, I would never be late to a live stream. I'm so sorry. Literally same, was stoked. I saw your promo. Whatever happened to Destiny's cult after the nude stuff came out? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a cult. He had like an orbit, and he still has an orbit. That whole thing is very complicated, and I really don't want to get into it. But I feel like, that there's error on all sides, is what I would say. There's error on all sides. Everybody's guilty of something, and it's just a messy situation, and all I can say is I wish the best for everybody involved and that they're able to move on with their lives, So... no, NSC was very critical of him, actually. Just because you have to understand that to you guys, these are content creators. To us, these are human beings. So NSC was very critical and very harsh on Destiny when all the stuff came out. So were a lot of people in his orbit. But there's a difference between being very harsh on somebody and maybe not wanting to give up on them. And I understand NSC's perspective. I understand anybody who's been friends with it. Like, these are human beings. That they're not, to you guys, these are just people you watch. But when you have a relationship with a human being, it's a much more complex thing, When you see these people as human beings and you see them and you see the way, humans are complex creatures and have many flaws and many strengths. And I think it's undeniable to say that the people involved with that whole case, every single person involved with that is a human being of great talent and great flaws. So that's all I can really say, And I don't think that, I mean, obviously I was irritated at the whole situation. But I do think that there were a lot of people who were not, seeing it for what it is, right? When you have friends who are involved in a situation like this, is a very, very hard situation to be in, No, I totally get that, Eldred Jonas. I totally get that. I mean, I think I see it from all sides, definitely. So it's rough, I'll say. But I'm not really here to talk about that stuff. You're wonderful. Keep streaming. We love you. Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I really wonder, should I really keep doing that? I feel like people collectively tell me, oh, you're so good at editing. Your edited content is so much better than your live streams. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I started off as a live streamer, okay? That, like, sure, maybe my edited content is, some people see a side of me, I think, in my edited content that they don't see in my live stream content. That's for sure. So I think that's definitely one thing. Like, people see the live stream version of me, which is definitely more real. And then they see the video essay version of me, and it's a very different person, I feel. Well, it's just more scripted, So what can you do? But I mean, live streams are for being silly and then also being human and being real. That's what I always liked about it. I always felt like live streamers are like the jocks. And YouTubers are like the nerds. But I always felt like I'm a little bit of like an artsy, I don't know. Well, anyways, I always thought I was like a giga chat, but whatever. That may have been delusion, self-delusion. Your internet drama news segments from various hellholes online is probably my top 10 of any content of any kind. Well, thank you, Glitterbell. That's going to be our focus today. I want to really get back into the various internet hellholes because, that shit's my jam. I love that shit. I always loved diving into like the far right dissident right spheres and seeing what like trailer trash drama was happening with them. And then obviously people introduced me to Girl World, and that was horrible. And then there was Poppy and Xena. I got so many bar chats out of that shit. I still tell people about loonies. Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember some of the debates I had with like neo-Nazis. Like, for me, I was used to it, right? Because I've been on the internet for so long. But hi, Lost Coyote, how are you doing? I've been on the internet for so long, so I'm used to a lot of the stuff that I would see. But I remember when I was first exposing my chat moderators, to when I would go and debate people like who were neo-Nazis and stuff. Like, my actual moderators, I feel like got traumatized by some of the stuff that they saw, like just in the chats of these places, like the stuff that they would see in like certain traders chats, and the stuff that like some of the chats would say about me or insinuate about me, and they were like straight up traumatized. And they were like, I remember one of them was like, you have to take a break, you cannot keep doing these debates. One of them was like, my brain needs a break, and I was like, okay. So, I've probably done like 3 within close succession to each other, and then I was just I enjoyed them. But yeah, definitely I never had to look at the chats. That's the thing. When I was debating people, I would always be focused on the debate and like whatever information I had in my head, and then like what line of questioning I was going to take this person down, right? I was never paying attention to the chat. So it was usually my moderators who would pay attention to the chat, and they would be like traumatized. I remember in one of Ethan Ralph's debates, like half the chat was making comments about me being like a street shitter Indian, and then the other half was like asking what color my nipples were. Like, it's the most bizarre thing when you're actually exposed to it, because like half of the racism is just like unbridled, like just completely horrible racist shit, and then the other half is like people fetishizing you in a really weird racist way. And it's like, well, what do you think, bro? Like, what do you think because the nipple color, whatever, is supposed to be like an indicator of like whether you're white or not. No, it's like, bro, you know what color my nipples are gonna be. Like, why are you even asking? Holy shit! Remember Ricada? I remember Ricada. Yeah, that was rough. I hope the dude is clean. I hope his family is good. I hope things are better than they were. Sorry, just a second. Ooh. Okay, sorry guys. I'm getting, I have IRL stuff. 11 a.m. sounds great. My phone number. Okay. All right. Hopefully that wasn't too informal. Sorry. Remember when Rev said he hoped he got sent the message for Shani to do more? I don't remember that. Wait, what? That's kind of wild. Yeah, what are the weird, we've seen the weird furries. We've seen, not even furry. The guy was like in an inflatable suit, and this all this drama happened because this guy died in his inflatable suit. There's like the girl world, which is just a bunch of people who are insane, and then there's like the Shaniverse within girl world. Then there's like obviously the dissident right sphere, and dude, the amount of stories that I broke in that sphere, I feel like, or at least I was the only one who was talking about certain stories. Like I was the only liberal and the only person in my space who was talking about like some of the controversies going on in the dissident right. I am still, some part of me forgot that I did all of these things in the past year, and like I don't know, it's weird. I've been trying to go through my old content again so I can upload it to my new channel, my IRL channel, or not, my live streaming channel, and then dedicate the first channel to video essays. But I haven't really gotten around to doing that as much because I've been busy editing and doing stuff. Oh yeah, there was LawTube as well. Hi Masad, how's it going? So, but before we get started into anything, sorry, this, okay. Sorry, I got nervous. Okay. Anyways, before we get into anything, I feel like we need to do another segment where I just show you my weird YouTube recommendations. Because I'm like, today I opened my YouTube and my recommendations are so fucking weird, dude. Why? And then we do want to go over one of the H3 lawsuit updates, because I feel like it's something that I've been covering for a while, or at least I've been paying attention to, and I know a lot of people in my audience have been paying attention to. So, give me a second here. Okay. So the first thing, before we really get into that, you guys need to see how fucked up. Oh, sorry. You have to see how fucked up my YouTube recommendations are. What is this? ASMR. Goofy dies in a car crash while listening to postmalone.mp3 re-upload. Bro, the channel is titled Relaxing ASMR. This is literally... Why? Why is this in my YouTube recommendation? Why? Chat? Why? Why is this in my YouTube recommendation? What is going on? Okay, we're gonna listen to it together. Okay, I think we got it. Okay. That's my first recommendation. My next recommendation I saw this morning. I don't know why it is. Why is it in the morning? It's always in the morning. My YouTube recommendations are crazy. They're crazy. It's like in the morning, my YouTube my YouTube is on acid. It's on crack. I don't know what's going on. Okay? Next one. Wario dies in a falling elevator while enjoying Oreos.mp3. Original. Excuse me? Original? In all caps? What? I got Patrick Bateman Kidnaps You at Christmas ASMR in my recommended once. I didn't know how to react to it. I mean, I really don't know. Like, there's something wrong with my... When does he die? Oh my god! Okay. That's where he dies, guys. Sorry, I spoke too soon. Okay. So that's one. That's the second one, technically. Wario dying in an elevator while enjoying Oreos. Here's another one of my recommended. My horrible YouTube recommendations. No Surprises by Radiohead, covered by a cat. Who does this? Who spends their time doing this? Are they making... No, I know they're not making money because this is a copyrighted fucking song. I do have to say, whoever did this does an excellent impression of a cat. Next one. That I have no idea why this is in my fucking recommended. Top, what, 10,000 cheese? Top 10,000 cheese? What is this? Why? Somebody actually made a video putting 1,000 cheeses into this video. And it's 11 hours long, chat. It's 11 hours long. This person literally edited this video to put a bunch of cheeses in it. They literally counted down. Wait, what is this? You're invited? They put music behind it too. This still took editing. Okay, it didn't take much editing, but it took editing, and it took 11 hours. Somebody exported this video. Somebody edited this in a video editor and exported 11 hours. Somebody did this. And I don't know, maybe we give them an award, or maybe they need to be executed. I have no idea. I can't tell you. Okay, it's not up to me. But I don't know. They actually did this. They edited this to a length of 11 hours and 6 minutes and 42 seconds. And they exported it. And they uploaded it on YouTube. They waited for it to upload. It has 2.3 million views. Well, maybe it was worth it. Who knows? Maybe they make hella ad revenue off of it. Who knows? Or maybe they make $30 a month. Is that even a cheese? And what is the music behind it? This is why we lost the election? I mean, it's possible. Okay, so yeah, this is my YouTube recommended. I mean, yeah, there's 10 hours of silence occasionally broken up by what, the Taco Bell? So why do I want to know what number 1 is? Dude, he actually edited. He spent how long you think it took for him to spend? It took for him to do this. He did 10,000 cheeses, and he edited it, and he made it 11 hours long, and he actually exported it, and he found every 10,000. He went through and he found 10,000 different pictures of cheese, and he put it into this video. Let's see if we can find number 1. What's number 1? Let's see. Number 16. Okay, shredded cheese. Okay, we're ruining the end, but fast forward. I'm sorry. Raw goat cheese treats. Okay. Number 2. This is not cheese. This is a pie crust. How are you going to do this? Why? How are you? This is number 2 is not even a cheese. Okay. Number 1 is a grilled cheese sandwich. I hope you guys are happy. I don't know why my YouTube recommendations are like this. I don't understand it. Do you know the I Love Risharam song by Justin TV? No, I don't. 10 hours of silence occasionally interrupted by a metal pipe. This is also in my YouTube recommendation. Why? Explain to me why. 81 subscribers, 47K views. 10 hours of silence occasionally interrupted by a metal pipe. Why? There's 10 hours of silence occasionally broken up by a smoke detector, I guess. 1 hour of silence, but Foxy occasionally jump scare. Okay. Why? Why? 1 hour of... Why? Now, see, look at my YouTube recommendations. Why? Fish spinning to Funky Town extended for 10 hours. Who does this? Somebody made this too, and they made it, and they extended it to 10 hours, and they exported it and uploaded it to YouTube. What is wrong with you guys? I swear, it proves that, my theory that, like, people who watch YouTube, like, 70% of them barely have a pulse. like what? 1 hour of silence broken by gnome noises. Okay. Metal pipe sound effects are honestly goated. You're starting to lose me, Star. Okay, okay, all right. Oh, dude, this is such a good thumbnail. I made that thumbnail, by the way. This thumbnail is so good. By the way. Why Putin walking, but every time he turns, he gets wider? Okay, this is art. You know what? This is art. Full screen this shit? Okay. this is art. This is actually art. He's getting wider. Okay, maybe you're right. This is art. So, somebody just told me Destiny's going over, like, Taylor Lorenz on Live and Learn. And I'm not sure. Do I want to cover that? I really had, like, a whole thing planned out today. Let's see. Major shock. Denims gets a reality check in lawsuit versus Ethan Klein. That's 2 months ago. Let's see the videos here. H3 Snark lawyer hurts Denims versus Ethan Klein by defining hate watching. And this is also the huge update. Reenacting the H3 court hearing.
Hey guys, if you remember Ethan Klein versus Denims, it took.
You should watch. Oh, okay. I love Reshiram, married to Reshiram. Okay, I don't know what this is, Glitterbell, but I'll put it on for a few seconds here.
I love Reshiram.
Oh, is this a Pokemon or a Digimon? He wrote a song to it?
I love Reshiram. I am married to Reshiram.
Dude, you can just go on the internet and make content, and this counts as content.
Reshiram, I love. Marriage is strong. Reshiram and Justin together.
I spend hours, I spend half a year researching something. I spend hours and hours and hours editing. And then some guy comes along and makes this. And he, you know, he just, he fucking kills it.
Forever. Together forever. Together forever. Reshiram and Justin. Together forever. Together forever. Together forever.
Okay. All right. He drops a fire track about fucking Pokemon out of nowhere. So, let's go over this.
Very interesting turn where the case split in half. Half the case.
So, as you guys know, basically there was a motion to quash. And so Ethan Klein's lawsuit towards Denims, basically, as part of the lawsuit, he was asking Reddit for the identifying information of the people who run the H3 Snark subreddit. And he was asking for that information because they're also people who were basically blatantly, doing copyright infringement on his video, right? They were the ones who were directing people to watch anything but Ethan's video. Oh, why is this off to the side here? They were the ones who were basically coordinating this. They wanted to give Ethan as little viewership as possible. And as you guys know, the initial success of a YouTube video, the initial views that go onto it, are highly they highly influence whether that YouTube video will continue to be successful, right? So if you're directly taking away views from the YouTube video on purpose, you are affecting the future success of that video. Hi, Kay, how's it going? So the update in this is basically, as you guys know, the subreddit moderators, they hired their own lawyer. They made a motion to quash this, this subpoena, and basically it was rejected. So, let's see here. Update Ethan Klein versus Denims. I think this is the one.
Was being decided over by H3 Snark, which H3 Snark lost. That subpoena, the motion to quash has been denied.
Yeah.
So the subpoena is now going to Reddit.
And so unless Reddit decides to fight this, and I don't see why they would, it's going to go to Reddit. Reddit is able to give them this information. And, this is, remember, this Snark community they are directly responsible for doxing basically every single one of Ethan Klein's employees, doxing any content creator who is associated with him, spreading numerous lies, spreading the lies about Ethan Klein's children literally eating shit, basically encouraging people to call CPS, celebrating when people called CPS, continuing to spread lies, calling people sending literal human skulls to Ethan Klein's house, like false or whatever, claiming that he was the one who sent them to himself. They've called ICE on one of Ethan's employees. The list goes on and on and on, right? And so, they're like one of the number one places where a lot of the harassment has come from over the past 5-6 years for Ethan Klein. And so in this lawsuit, obviously he's suing Denims, Frogan, and he was suing Casey Tron, but Casey Tron settled. But basically, he proves that, he's proving basically, not proving, he's working to prove that these three, their watching of his video was on purpose with the explicit goal of taking views away from his video that was copyrighted with the Library of Congress, right? So let's just watch this. It's not a long video.
A lot to do with the H3 Snark Reddit moderators, specifically being anonymous. And then Denims wanted to continue with her one claim here. So there was a judgment on the pleadings on half the claims. So there were 2 claims, and 1 claim was going to proceed on its own. Very fascinating case. I'm going to give you a break.
And then maybe I wanted to watch the Lauren Southern video today. And the Erika Kirk video, but also somebody said that the Destiny covering Taylor Lorenz is pretty juicy, so we'll take a brief look at that.
Breakdown of TED Entertainment versus the streamer Denims. The parties. So TED Entertainment is Ethan Klein and Illa Klein. They are suing the Twitch streamer Alexandra Mara Staber, also known as Denims. She actually has a more interesting name that the other court used for her. The work at dispute is content nuke Hassan Piker, the nuke, which critiques Hassan Piker's content. Again, remember, there are 2 works at dispute. The allegations, Denims hosted a watch party where she streamed the entire documentary to over 40,000 viewers just 1 minute after its official release. Denims typically gets around 3,000 to 4,000 viewers. For her to get 40,000 viewers, this is something that is very unique for her. So she streamed for about 9-10 hours just to capture that viewer base, and even asking them for donations or to subscribe to her, throw her a Twitch Prime at the end. Ethan's stance, he argues that this was not fair use for criticism, but a commercial exploitation designed to siphon viewers and revenue away from the original work. Again, they really point at numbers. I like what Ethan's lawyer is doing here. They're looking at statistics, data, and numbers. There's a lot of very juicy numbers here that we'll probably talk in a live stream. This thing is 30 pages. 30 very, very dense legal jargon pages. We're not going to be able to cover it in a 9-minute video. There's just no way. We probably would need to take an entire 2 hour, and this is one of 2 documents that I want to cover. So what are the factors? Factor 1, purpose and character. Is there commercial intent? Ethan Klein claims the stream was highly commercial, as Denims solicited subscriptions, donations, and ran ads during the broadcast. Timing is everything. The document argues that because she streamed it immediately upon release, her primary goal was to capitalize on peak public interest rather than provide thoughtful critique. So again, she started streaming a minute after, like right after.
Dude, you guys have no idea. My YouTube recommendations are actually fucked up right now. They are so fucked up. I can't even explain to you how fucked up it's actually terrible. It's actually so bad.
In fact, Denims herself would probably admit that she was trying to capture that audience that was just ending from the podcast. There was like somewhat a delay between the nuke going live and the H3 podcast being over. Lack of transformation. While Denims claims her reaction was transformative, TI argued that her commentary was inconsistent.
Now remember, Ethan Klein is the original guy, the original YouTuber who was sued for a React video, right? But there's a huge difference between what Ethan did and what these people did, right? So Ethan, he reacted to a video 3 years after that video had been published, and he provided meaningful commentary and transformed that video. Whereas Denims watched and reacted to this video 1 minute after Ethan Klein put his video out, which is directly, one, taking away potential views, right? Which again goes on to impact the future success of that video. And two, it's a minute after. There hasn't been any time for people to watch his video first and then watch her reaction. Also, hi Nick, how's it going?
Often unrelated to the video and included long periods of silence where she even walked away from the screen. This is my primary argument against her bar graph. Her bar graph shows pauses. I don't know what a pause really has to do with copyright. Just because you pause a
Also,
movie
hi,
to get
Pretty.
a snack or go to the bathroom doesn't mean you're not committing copyright infringement. So factors 2 and 3. So we're doing a fair use test right now. Nature and amount used. The nature of the work. The nuke is described as a creative, tragi-comic documentary containing original footage and highly edited montages, giving it strong copyright protection. 100% usage. There's no way Denims can deny this. Denims streamed the work in its entirety. TEI argues that showing the whole video immediately upon release was manifest.
So I'm on the side of Ethan here. I think that this is like blatant copyright infringement. I wouldn't like it if somebody did this to one of my videos. It's actually like rage-inducing. Like I would, anybody who's spent time putting together a YouTube video essay to put it out, and then for somebody to wait for that video to go live and start streaming their reaction 1 minute after you've put yours out. Yeah, that's blatant copyright infringement, and I think it should be something that's not allowed. So, yeah.
Manifestly unreasonable.
I'm sorry, but you people don't understand. Like, live streaming is easy in comparison to putting together a video essay. You sit there and you react and you give your commentary, right? Putting together a video essay, you do so many hours of research. You do so many hours of writing the actual script and rewriting, for me, and editing. And then, you go through the effort of editing and exporting and doing the metadata and doing the thumbnail to make sure that it hits the algorithm the way that you want it to. You hope that it will. And this person comes along and decides to restream your content 1 minute after it's gone live. Like, when I think about myself in this context, I'd throttle somebody. I would. She explicitly said her objective was to create a market replacement. I don't think there's much space for sincere defense of her BS. Yeah.
And unnecessary for her stated purposes of criticism. So again, one of the factors you look at is how much and how vital. In this case, it's a obvious slam. Like, I don't even think Denims' team of free, very highly paid litigation sharks can argue that Denims did not play the entire video. And by playing the entire video, it looks less like a criticism and more like you're just kind of milking it for views, right?
It actually, and this is not a first time issue that Ethan is tackling in this. This is something that video creators on YouTube have been complaining about for years. That there's like the whole YouTuber versus streamer war that happened several years ago, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. and it was like a big controversy, and a whole bunch of different people were debating each other on it. And like, you know, the React streamer meta, because they're, you know, you would see these reactors even upload the reaction to these videos and get more views on their reaction, and none of those views would go over to check out the original video, right? And they wouldn't even credit the original video. So that's my opinion on it. I would be irate, you know. So
Again, I think the best example of this is how many views he gets today, or right after, how many views he lost.
And that's true. When she went live with this, she was going live to 40,000 viewers, restreaming this a minute after. 40,000 viewers. Like, she gets maybe 400 viewers on a stream, you know, on a good day. So
compared to how many views he got streaming the item.
I mean, she did some commentary, but it wasn't nearly meaningful enough. And it's really, how do you justify doing that 1 minute after the original video is released and is live premiering, you know?
The last factor would be the market effect. So there are 4 factors here, just to repeat the factors for you guys. The factor 1, purpose and character. Factor 2, nature. Factor 3, the amount used. So factor 2 is called nature of the work. Factor 3, the amount used. And then factor 4, the market effect. So here is where we get to the terms of the direct substitution. This is the most damning point according to the filing. TEI cites Denims' own chat, where viewers thanked her for allowing them to watch the video.
XQC watching a YouTube video and being, wow, chat. Oh my God, chat. Like,
without giving TEI a view. So there are multiple screenshots of her own chat.
Yeah.
Basically, just running her over with bots again.
Yeah, people in her chat were typing like, "Oh, please, you know, you have to be the person. You have to stay live during this entire thing because we don't want to give Ethan any views." And then she was responding to them, being like, "Yeah, don't worry. Like, we're gonna watch the entire thing, whatever, blah blah blah." Right? Like, she was very clearly agreeing with the sentiment. You know, she knew what was being done, and she benefited off of the H3 Snark sub posting the link to her stream as a market replacement. They were literally, the whole point of them posting her stream was, here's where you can watch Ethan's, you know, the nuke, without giving him a view.
Chat, I understand it's hard to control chat, but when multiple members of your own chat come to the same conclusion, that does say something. The H3 Snark connection, moderators of a hate watching, and Rom completely waited for the H3 Snark decision to come down, and he used a lot of the terminology and referenced the judge over there, Sally Kim. Shout out to the Honorable Sally Kim for her decision,
you guys have
which
no
was
idea.
a slam dunk for Ethan Klein.
My YouTube recommended.
So moderators of the hate watching subreddit, and this is a allude to obviously Sally Kim, H3 Snark allegedly directed users to Denims stream specifically as a pirated substitute to deprive TEI of revenue. Audience exodus. So here's the data that I love a lot. Data shows a massive drop off in viewers the moment the video ended, suggesting the audience was there for content nuke and not Denims commentary. Absolutely, they were not there for Denims commentary, because if they were, you probably would have 4,000 people there for Denims. But then what about the other 36,000 people? Like, what did they? I mean, why would they not watch Denims on a normal day, but watch Denims on this day? So anyway, the summary and the legal standard. Ethan Klein's asking the court to deny Denims' motion for judgment, and they argue that fair use is a mixed question of law and fact, and that it should be decided by a jury, not dismissed early. So the conclusion is that Denims' watch party was a quintessential case of market substitution that undermines the core purpose of copyright. Now remember, for these motion for judgments, you have to give every benefit to the non-moving party, which would in this case be Ethan Klein. So let me know what you guys think. Complicated document, 30 pages. We will review it on live, hopefully tonight.
Okay. So that's kind of the update, I guess. They did a reenactment of like one of the hearings. Yeah, reenacting the H3 Snark court hearing the moment the Reddit mods lost. I don't think that we're going to watch this
Ron
whole thing.
Barnewsom of He Barnewsom on behalf of the plaintiff responded, TED Entertainment Inc.
Ocean, let me hear from the plaintiff, and then I'll hear from Ms. Volek.
Certainly. Your Honor, I apologize for saying this. I think there might be an incorrect characterization of the standard, whether 512H or Rule 45.
I have to say, Rom is such a fucking badass. Like, he is such a fucking badass. Obviously, yeah, they're doing a reenactment of this, but I don't know. Rom made a mistake in this, and he still fucking won. Like, it's crazy. So, but anyways, Somebody told me to watch this, the Live and Learn review with Taylor Lorenz, because Destiny is reacting to it. And okay, let's see. You can clean up your recommended by clicking not interested. Do I, though? Do I want to do that because it's such good content? Like, the Coconut Song sang by a choir of babies. Again, somebody fucking edited this and put it up.
The coconut nut is a giant nut. If you eat too much, you get very fat. Now, the coconut nut.
Why? Who did this? Why would you ever do that now? You have it so perfectly tuned. Have you seen the Shrimp Miku? No, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. But I'm just telling you, my YouTube recommendations are really fucked up right now. And I don't know what to say, okay? Donald Trump, please. Excuse me? What is this? Donald Trump, please. Save me.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people.
Oh, is that a cop behind him? Is he praying to Donald Trump?
Go break.
Excuse me? What? Excuse me? Why is he praying to Donald Trump? Price versus the culture war. This is what I wanted to watch tonight. And I also wanted to watch a message from Erika Kirk. Okay. God, Lauren Southern looks fucking good. She looks really fucking good. Okay. I also wanted to watch this. She's literally excuse me? She is, okay.
It seems to me that nothing will ever be enough for the evil in this world.
Okay, all right. Let's just see real quick what's going on here. Oh, he walked away from the screen. Okay.
For a while.
Basically funneling money through to an official possibly can. Inserted a random political position for her? She names anybody in this program.
Yay. All right. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong thing. I love the rise of all. I mean, this is, I love this.
Which might not.
Okay, one thing I'll say about Taylor Lorenz is that while I think a lot of her positions on a lot of things when it comes to internet drama or politics or anything else, I think a lot of Taylor Lorenz's views can be really fucking crazy, okay? But, okay, I don't want to see this. I think a lot of her views on a lot of things and whether it's like, just from like she's very cliquey, right? And so, some of her views can be really fucking crazy. But at the same time, I have seen interviews with her where I do think that she comes off as more reasonable in some of these interviews, right? So I don't know. I have mixed feelings on her, and I've seen her clap back at people on Twitter, and there have been plenty of times where I've watched Taylor Lorenz and I've thought, or not watched her. I've seen her on Twitter and I've like thought, oh wow, she's like really clapping back. I respect it, And it's not easy to be a woman online, right? And it's certainly not easy to be a left-leaning woman online. So I mean, I give her props for all of those things, right? But yeah, she has some views that I find very, very fucking crazy. So, I do think that some of her work is interesting.
Surprised if you caught a racist vote. Go back in time.
Kraut called in?
Remove the civil rights, remove quote-unquote human rights, gotten their system. Or, well, the public can...
I love Kraut.
Sanders with Donald Trump. Both of them are populist figures, but if Bernie Sanders would have been president, if we would have gone from Bill Clinton to Barack Obama to Bernie Sanders, we would say, yeah, we've definitely moved along a bit to the left. But the departure from Obama to Sanders isn't even remotely as crazy as the departure from Bush to Trump or the other candidates that were even on stage. Like, think about the difference between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, and then compare that to the difference between Ted Cruz.
He sounds like Kraut, but I don't know if he actually is Kraut.
Bush Senior and Judge Junior, because Bush Senior and Bush Junior, because those secessionists. So they are not. And to a certain extent in your program, we need to abolish human rights. You are not compatible.
I don't think it's Kraut. Kraut's voice is much smoother. Okay, let's see. Where does he start watching this?
Tourist trap. You're better off going to a
Oh, and then Mooten's there, and Anna is there. Ukrainian Anna. Okay, good for her. I hope she's doing well. Okay, I'm fast forwarding. Fast forwarding. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, I find Taylor Lorenz is interesting. I find some of her content very interesting, and some of it I'm just like, damn, she's crazy. Anyways, let me just do these.
Hey, everybody. Long time no see. Not dead, despite how many governments and shady influencers might wish it. Still kicking, and as I mentioned, 5 months ago now? If I came back, it would only be because I actually had something worth saying. And unfortunately, I do. Because what the hell is going on here?
What do you think?
Okay, we'll come back to that real quick.
And wearing a mask.
Nobody saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had some disagreements with you, but that I think is my first introduction to you, that interview that you did with her. And we watched it on stream, and it was just the funniest fucking thing.
When she showed me porn,
I forgot about that part.
Yeah, she was like, I can't even remember the context. She was like something like this, and
Wait,
I was like,
she is an actual shill for the Kremlin? When did Taylor Lorenz shill for the Kremlin? I didn't know about that.
what?
Oh, it was about the books. Wasn't it about like gender?
Yes,
Yeah,
something like that. My favorite thing about her is like just how bad she's fallen off. Like she tried to get a Daily Wire deal apparently. She tried to get a PragerU deal apparently. Like she's so bad on video that she like really has not been able to scale past Twitter, and that's a beautiful.
Oh, she's talking about libs of TikTok.
Well, her whole shtick is calling out pedophiles, and then this whole Epstein thing happened, and
She was in the Tenet Media sweep up. Taylor Lorenz? I think you're talking about somebody else. Oh, you're talking about Lauren Southern. You're talking about Lauren Southern. Okay. I was so confused. I was like, yeah, no, Lauren Southern, yeah, she has been she's definitely been a shill for the Kremlin. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. She has. I remember seeing her pictured with Alexander Dugin. That was fucking wild, you know? It's also Erika Kirk. I just realized the time, guys. I need to go take care of my birds real quick. Can you wait here for me for a few seconds, and I'll be back. Let me put some copyright-free music on for you. I have to take care of my little baby birds, okay? They're my little baby birds. They're so cute. I love them so much. Dude, it's okay. Okay, I'll be right back. sorry about that. Okay. Let's see. You were great in the new Rob's Media. Oh, thank you. I had to put my birds to bed, and a part of the nighttime ritual is petting Rappy and giving him neck scritches, so please forgive me. Okay. So, let's see. Chat, we have 3 options here. Erika Kirk, Destiny, Taylor Lorenz, Live and Learn, or Lauren Southern. I'm kind of interested in the Lauren Southern thing because she's kind of giving insight into this culture war that she kind of helped create, right? She owns up to being part, like, having started a lot of this man versus woman culture war and a lot of other really toxic things. You may also recall that she is cited in some lawsuits against Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate raped her. I'm interested in that. I'm also interested in her interview with Jeremy Boring, but somebody did tell me that the current Taylor Lorenz Live and Learn stuff is interesting, but there's also a message from Erika Kirk. Well, actually, let's start with a message from Erika Kirk, right? Because this is, it's topical. This is after the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let's start with this. After the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Erika Kirk basically, April 30th, put out this video on Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. Let's watch it. Now, already you may notice that Erika Kirk is dressed very peculiar, in a very peculiar manner here. She is dressed kind of like a school shooter, so that's a little bit bizarre.
Our country has become unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth to the point that they motivated the murder of my husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president.
Okay, wait. What is that she said? They perverted the truth?
These people have perverted the truth. It seems to me that nothing will ever be enough for the evil in this world.
Perverted
Our country has become unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth to the point that they motivated the murder of my husband.
I'm sorry, I have to write this down real quick. Real quick, I have to write this down. I'm sorry. We're already we've already got some good material here just in the first 13 seconds. Okay, Erika Kirk.
They have continuously tried to assassinate unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth.
Okay, all right. 7 seconds in, we already see it. These people have perverted the truth.
Truth to the point that they
motivated
the murder
of my husband. Okay, all right. Okay, we're already at a great start here. Perverted the truth. Drewski, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Drewski looking at, stop it. Stop it. It's wrong. Isn't there a transcript at the bottom? There should be.
My husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president, and anyone who stands in their way is labeled hateful, racist, fascist, and every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest. We want the best for our country. They don't. This is why Charlie started Turning Point USA in the first place. He didn't trust the radicalized liberal teachers. And this past Saturday, it was a school teacher, of all people, a school teacher, that attempted to change our history for the worst with bullets. And Everyone is asking why I even went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And it was because many of the journalists in that room have attempted to dehumanize me. And I wanted to meet some of them face to face, quite
Okay. Why even go to the dinner? Many of the journalists in that room. By the way, guys, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, or becoming a member. Many of the journalists in this room have dehumanized me. Okay, well, really, Erika?
frankly.
All right.
Why have a conversation about me when you can have a conversation with me? So
why have a conversation about me? I just feel like this is just so eerily, like, these people perverted the truth. Okay, you don't care that the right perverted the truth when it came to COVID and the vaccines. You don't care that the right has become like super anti-vax now. You don't care that our own president denied the COVID epidemic for 8 fucking months while wearing a fucking face mask. You don't care that every time there's an attack on a left-wing person like Ilhan Omar or Nancy Pelosi or whatever, whoever else, that there's a fucking conspiracy theory to go along with it, right? You can't point the finger at the liberals and say they perverted the truth when we know that the truth started being perverted with these bizarre conspiracy theories. What, the election was stolen too, right? And fucking Tucker Carlson was, you know, in his text messages admitting to lying about this kind of stuff. You had Alex Jones making money off of terrorizing the parents of the Sandy Hook victims, you know? Like, it just feels like, how are you going to talk about perverting the truth when the truth has been perverted so much by your own side? Like, I felt bad. I heard the, you know, I obviously disavow what happened at the White House, you know, Correspondents' Dinner, and it's just completely unacceptable. And political violence is not the way in this country. But the thing that I noticed is that after that happened, you had all these people who were on Twitter saying like, oh, it was staged, oh, it was a false flag, blah, blah, blah. Half of them are joking, but half of them weren't. And, you know, while I can say, like, obviously it's not a false flag, like, what did you expect when you called every attack of political violence on the left or on the liberals a false flag? What did you expect to happen? This kind of stuff infects everybody. And it's like the Republicans, I feel like, one day decided, you know, we remember when John McCain was running for president and he shut down the birther, the birther stuff. One of his constituents said like, oh, Obama wasn't born in this country, and he shut that down immediately at one of his town halls or whatever. He had a speaking event. I feel like that's where we used to be, and now like we have people who, you know, the right really knew what they wanted. They wanted like absolute power, and they realized if we give in to these conspiracy theories, like we can like harness so much more of these people who normally wouldn't turn out to vote, and we can harness them, and it does. Who cares if it like perverts our society? Who cares if we go into living in a post-truth world, right? Like, can you imagine if like the left like gave in, at least the Dems, like, yeah, there's the crazy left, but the Dems don't give in to the craziest fringes of the left. If anything, you'll see us very like fighting very openly with them, you know? So I don't know. It's just it's weird to me. It's just so strange to me that you know, we live in a post-truth world, and a lot of that is due to people specifically on the right who people took advantage of their viewing to win elections, and these fringe right-wing people, they took advantage of that to get people to vote for them, and then they ended up betraying their own voter base anyways, you know? So, I don't know.
For example, a journalist from the Daily Mail came up to me. She introduced herself, and she was very gracious. She was saying, "You look so beautiful. I'm so sorry for your loss." To which I replied, "It is so nice to put a name to the face, especially with all of the slander, the lies, accusations that are out there surrounding my husband's murder and myself." And I said to her, "You know what's so interesting? This is my first time at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I find it so fascinating, the dynamic that is going on right now, because everyone is all dressed up."
Here's the thing. Who do you think is the number one person perpetuating the lies about Erika Kirk's, not even lies, the conspiracy theories about Erika Kirk's husband being killed by her? Who do you think is the number one person perpetuating that conspiracy theory? Because it's not some big figure on the left, I'll tell you that. We know who it is. It's Candace Owens. Candace Owens is very firmly on the right. Candace Owens was very firmly a big Donald Trump supporter. She had Donald Trump on the phone with her. So, Erika Kirk can be as mad as she wants at the left and at the liberals, but like, out of everybody who is perpetuating that conspiracy theory, that is Candace Owens. That's Candace Owens, and then it's people who follow her who are continuing to perpetuate it. So, yeah, maybe this is politically like effective for you to say, oh, you know, the liberals and the left, and they're perpetuating, they're perverting the truth and whatever. Nobody perverts the truth like Candace Owens does, and you all went along with it until it was inconvenient for you. Your husband and his colleagues and Tucker Carlson created this environment where the truth is secondary, and you, unfortunately, are now reaping the benefits of it. And you don't deserve that. You don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that after losing a husband and the father of their children. But, like, if you're going to blame somebody, like, blame the right people, you know?
And you guys are co-mingling in and out of each other's cocktail parties. And so for one night, you are able to put aside all of your differences for the sake of freedom of speech. And then by Monday morning, things will go back to being an absolute bloodbath between all of you. To which she replied, literally, she said, "I know. Isn't it special, right? Isn't tonight so special?" And following that conversation, it was time to take our seats, and we went into the big ballroom where the dinner was. And one of the first things I noticed when I walked into that room was quite literally the proximity of the opposing outlets to one another. So you have one table here that's Politico, and another table here that's Fox, and another table here that's WAPO, and you're all crammed together, elbow to elbow. And to make the night even more of a spectacle, every single 10-person table had 10 bottles of wine. And the president of the White House Correspondents Association, she did a great job of trying to make the evening have that feeling of Americana. You know, we were in a room celebrating freedom of speech despite our differences. And the U.S. Marine Band performed the national anthem so beautifully. And then shortly thereafter, gunshots rang out and total chaos ensued. And you guys have all seen what happened next because there are 1,000 videos of it.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, people were making fun of Erika Kirk for, you know, this video came out of her crying and being escorted, and I didn't like that. You know, I didn't like people making fun of her for that. Like, you know, she has to hear, you know, gunshots, and she's, like, remembering one of the worst days of her life, right? Very sad. But, again, this is, like, she's blaming the liberals, she's blaming the left, she's blaming school teachers. And, the reality is that this guy was crazy, and his own family was trying to inform the FBI, and his own family was trying to inform the police that there is something wrong with him. right? This is not normal. This is not a normal guy. This is not the normal ideology of any teacher, okay? That they think violence is the way. Obviously not. Like every school these days, every school has like a zero tolerance policy for any type of violence.
So let's discuss that fact for a second. If you were in that room, you had no way of knowing what the status of the shooter was, how many there were, or honestly, really anything. It was just utter chaos. And so during an active shooting, these journalists are using their phones to
Half his manifesto was about Jesus. Really, I didn't read it. And those policies are working. I mean, I don't know if they're working, but, you know, it's like most schools have like a zero tolerance policy for any violence. People get, you know, everybody gets expelled, basically, anybody who's involved, right? It's just like, you know, this is not the normal school teacher. This is clearly a very mentally ill person, you know? Yeah, there are going to be some kooky teachers out there. We deal with them like on a case-by-case basis, right? But like, it's just like, you know, like to say that the violent rhetoric escalation has only been coming from the liberals, when oftentimes it comes from the far left, who don't particularly like the liberals, by the way. The far left really hate the liberals, and if anything, the far left often is like a thorn in the liberal sides. Then you've got like the far right also is pretty, you know, violent in their rhetoric. You got the normal right who can be pretty violent in their rhetoric, right? So I don't know.
To find moments to capture for clips. They were so concerned about getting a video in a room with an active shooter that they could have accidentally and quite literally filmed themselves being shot. Many of those people have
But honestly, you know, a lot of these people, people don't realize like the shooter was apprehended very far away from the president. So at least that's good, right? He barely made it in through the entrance before they tackled him and got him down. But yeah. He's grappling very deeply with his Christian morals, how they teach anti-violence, but the president and his people are painting my hands in the blood of their crimes, except he never actually named the president. Interesting. I'm still curious why he said with the exception of Kash Patel. It's so fucking weird.
Become so desensitized that fight or flight became secondary to the opportunity of putting themselves.
Bro, it's the Correspondents' Dinner. What did you think? I'm sorry. For the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and you're talking to media people, of course they're putting their safety second to a fucking news story. Are you serious? Are you serious? Of course.
Into the story, which ironically breaks the #1 rule of journalism. And again, ironically enough, the shooter was a teacher. You have these people who are supposed to be teaching our children the future of this country, and he's so unhinged.
Bro, we literally, okay, that's not the greatest excuse though. Like we have like, you know, people who guide youth frequently, like pastors and fucking priests who were like molesting children. Those were supposed to be guiding the future of America too. Okay.
That he is able to teach children by day and then attempt to murder the president of the United States by night.
Dude had literally a mental breakdown. Like that's all we can really say about it, you know? Like, does she...
On TikTok, teens get over 50 built-in protections from the start. But for parents, further visibility and control of content can help create the right environment. That's where family pairing comes in. Teens under 18 have a 60-minute screen time.
All right, we're fast forwarding through this. I don't want to see this.
Guardian's Guide.
Has she not heard about journalists tagging along for war? Guess not.
And in his manifesto, he
it really takes away from the seriousness of your address when you put an ad in the middle of it. Like, what? Well, excuse me, what are we doing here, Erika?
Starts by contextualizing himself by saying, I am a citizen of the United States of America. And while we may have big problems with illegal immigration in this country, I have to tell you, we have an even bigger problem when it comes to the systemic indoctrination and radicalization of our own citizens. This is what got my husband killed. This is what has led to 3 legitimate attempts on President Trump's life. And I can speak firsthand to that unbearable toll that this must take on our First Lady. There has
it's
never
scary. It's terrible. It's terrible. But like, there was no condemnation, I feel like, from President Trump over what happened to Ilhan Omar. Whenever there's, again, been shootings of left-wing people from right-wing extremists recently, it's happened. There's been no condemnation and no investigation at all. Like, it's just insane to me. They were claiming that what happened to Gretchen Whitmer was staged. They were claiming what happened to Nancy Pelosi was either staged or her husband's supposed or like gay boyfriend or whatever, which is not true. They're claiming that what happened to Ilhan Omar was staged. It's just they claim that everything is staged, you know, and it's well, you can't dehumanize one side without, leading to the eventual dehumanization of your own people and your own side.
Never been a president who has faced this many assassination attempts in Americans' entire history.
Yeah, well, the dude is ramping up also his own violent rhetoric.
Like the reaction.
It doesn't justify. Again, it's completely wrong, but your own side has a lot of self-reflection to do.
On the far left has been, at best, a shrug, and in some cases, a sick disappointment that the shooter was.
Obama had 11, by the way. Interesting. Honestly, she's just capitalizing off his death. Wish people would just ignore her. I somewhat like Charlie, but this woman is unbearable along with Van Trump. I don't know if she realizes also her own husband kind of set up the environment for her as a woman, running the Charlie Kirk show. Like, did she think that she was going to be able to take it over and fill his shoes? Because clearly not. Clearly not. The internet generally doesn't like women as much as they like men. And you kind of have to deal with that, right? So you probably would have been fine being the head of his company, but maybe you should have made somebody else the face, right? I don't know. Yeah, and Vance has negative charisma. I have no idea what's going on with him. Like, I have never seen a man have negative charisma so much in my life.
Unsuccessful.
Wild.
We are all human beings. And if you can just pause and just take a minute and ask yourself, how would you feel?
Yeah, no, I'll say that he did speak with the left, you know? I may have disagreed with the stuff that he said, but he did speak with the left. But, they did kind of, and he said some really controversial stuff that I really disagree with. But, man, she should have anticipated, especially with the right-wing audience. I'm in a more left liberal, I feel, liberal space, and I feel like even I get a crazy amount of whatever, and maybe I am just fucking annoying. I'm sure that's part of it. Part of it is just I'm a fucking annoying person. But women are seen as more annoying online. I'll just tell you, they're seen as more annoying online than men are. And, she should have just stayed as CEO, but maybe put somebody else as the face, I feel, So
if even just one person made cruel jokes about the attempted murder of your loved one, that is what Jimmy Kimmel did to the First Lady. He said,
I'm sorry, but jokes are allowed. You guys were always talking about, offensive jokes are allowed. And now when offensive jokes are being made, now you're like, oh, this is terrible, this is wrong.
that she had the
I personally wouldn't make jokes. I didn't make jokes about Charlie Kirk for probably the first week. Maybe not the first week, for the first 5 days. And then after 5 days, I feel like, okay, it's the internet. You have to expect that people are going to meme a bit about things, So Erika doesn't seem interested in having dialogue. She just seems to like the spotlight. I mean, it's possible. I think she's kind of stepped into something she doesn't really have a whole lot of experience in. You know, it does. You kind of get. I feel like being experienced in front of a camera and being experienced in how you're going to be received. Like, there hasn't been a lot of training in that.
Glow of an expected widow. The glow of an expected widow.
Are you really that upset by Jimmy Kimmel? Like, who's offended by Jimmy Kimmel? Like, I'm sorry. Like, do not make the worst part about this is like people made me have to defend Jimmy Kimmel. I don't even like Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think he's that great of a comic. I don't think he's that funny. But people made me have to defend him because they were trying to get him canceled and they were trying to get him pulled off from the air. And I'm like, I don't even like Jimmy Kimmel, but he has the right to make some jokes, all right? I don't think he's funny at all. Oh my God. That's like, this is what they took from us, guys. Like, this is what they took from us. We were once united and all of us thought Jimmy Kimmel is not that funny, okay? And we were all united and like, how's this guy got a show still? He's not that funny. I feel like Conan O'Brien is exponentially funnier, honestly. I love Conan O'Brien. But we were all united in that. And then they were like trying to get him canceled and get him pulled from the air because of his jokes about Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, bro, I don't think he's funny, but he's not a threat by any means. I'm sorry, there is nobody getting radicalized by Jimmy Kimmel. You hear Jimmy Kimmel make a joke and you think that anybody's gonna get radicalized by it? If anybody gets radicalized by Jimmy Kimmel, it's radicalized to like take him out. like not like Jimmy Kimmel is not gonna say something and nobody's gonna listen to Jimmy Kimmel and be like, yeah, we gotta do something radical. If anything, they're gonna be like, oh my God, this guy is so fucking annoying, we gotta take this guy out. If anybody, Jimmy Kimmel is just radicalizing people against himself. Like, maybe we need like maybe Jimmy Kimmel needs to be protected from like the people he radicalizes against himself. Like, I don't know, but like nobody needs to be. I'm not offended by Jimmy Kimmel makes a joke. I'm like, whatever. Like, he's not that funny, anyways.
Just 48 hours before that nightmare almost became a reality. In this culture we're living in, absorbs disagreement as a form of personal betrayal. It turns having an opposing viewpoint.
Jimmy Kimmel radicalized me to shoot my own eardrums. His jokes were so tame and absolutely everyone they panned in on were so angry and humorless. Major optics fail. Jesus. It's just like, why? Why?
Into a moral crime worthy of punishment. And here's what I've realized through all of this. Truly, having lived through quite literal hell these past 7 months, if you strip someone of their humanity long enough, you will arrive at the chilling conclusion that they don't deserve to exist at all.
Have you ever thought about the effects of stripping other people of their humanity, though? Like, if you strip other people of their humanity, like, what do they feel like they have to achieve to gain their humanity back, to be seen again, right? Like, this goes all ways.
Morning, I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have...
No, dude, this is not it. This is not it. Charlie Kirk would have laughed at Drewski dressing up as him. I think also, like maybe this just isn't for you. Like, women's humor, right-wing women's humor. I don't know if right-wing women have humor even. But right-wing men's humor, like, would have been, you know, lapping that stuff up. They would have bragged that shit out. I don't know. I don't know many right-wing females, and I don't know what their humor is, so yeah.
of people saying I'm not fit to be
If old people die is violent rhetoric, saying someone shouldn't exist is too.
CEO, and I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband.
Oh,
and
finally.
The list goes on.
Fine. Okay, 8 minutes in to her 9-minute and 45-second video, she finally brings up Candace Owens being the main perpetuator of her killing her husband, like the theory that she killed her husband.
And on and on. There is a serious epidemic of dehumanization plaguing this country.
I mean, I agree, but it's not all on the left. It's not all on the libs. Like, I think you need to do some self-reflection.
The most unthinkable tragedies have now become commonplace in our daily headlines, and yet the media finds a way to conveniently explain away violence. This is what we're up against. This is what we're up against. What is happening right now is something none of us can afford to ignore. The evil forces working to divide us, to distract us, and to pull us apart has never been stronger. This is a moment for Americans to come together and decide what kind of country we are going to be before we lose our country altogether. In Romans chapter 12, verse 21, it says, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." And this is why my husband created Turning Point USA, so we could have civil discourse and debate and open dialogue, because when we stop talking to each other, bad things happen. I am choosing to fight for America, for my children, for your children, and for our humanity, because we all need to do our part. And by the grace of God, we will succeed, and America will remain what she was always called to be, a shining city on a hill, a light to the world. So let me give you a perfect example of how it's done. My husband did it best and left us the blueprint on how to have uncomfortable conversations.
Dude, I gotta say, Candace Owens is much better at reading off a teleprompter than Erika Kirk is. That was terrible. Okay, do we want to watch this?
And
Let's
she got, phase one, and then now
She
she
got the
hasn't
binder, yep.
said anything, and it's like, hey, what's going on? And like even some of the people on her, squad are like, hey, well, all right, I don't think you're really doing what we thought you were doing here. It's pretty blatantly,
Tagger.
transparently not.
Have you guys seen the picture of her, or I don't know if it's her, at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yes, of course.
Is that her?
That's her.
I haven't seen that.
She was a January 6th.
Somebody
yes.
link.
Oh.
Wait, is that
She's kind of an airhead, huh?
That's when she was tweeting under the account Biden's houseplant, where she had a parody account where she pretended to be a houseplant that would belong to Joe Biden.
I think she should be the only January 6th perpetrator that should be pardoned, because she doesn't have the mental capacity to know whether or not she should walk into
Jesus.
Anyway, welcome to the stream, Taylor. Taylor Lorenz, journalist.
Yeah, Taylor has her webcam mic selected right now, not her SM7B.
Tell us about yourself. What do you do?
I'm a journalist. I cover technology, online culture. I wrote a book about it keeps falling down. It's back there somewhere, called Extremely Online, about the rise of the content creator industry. I cover, like technology and online media, and I've been doing it for about 15 years.
Awesome.
Taylor, have you explicitly come out and talked about like your politics? Like if you had to describe yourself, how would you describe yourself? What's your policy agenda? What do you focus on?
Well, I did intern for Mike Donnellan, which I thought was hilarious, because when all that came out about Biden, I don't know if you guys read Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book, but I was like, oh God. So when I interned for him, like he was so old. We all used to be like, how is this man working in politics? And that was like 2007 or something. So I was a poli-sci major, and I thought I wanted to maybe even work in politics for a while, but I just love technology, and I kind of got into the tech media ecosystem. And I don't really identify strongly with either. I mean, obviously I'm not a Republican. They're fascists at this, maybe they've always been fascists, but I disagree with, I want the Democrats to win, obviously, compared to the Republicans right now. But on like certain issues, I think that, like, especially what I cover on tech, like there's just not a super strong like alignment.
So I think Taylor Lorenz is way more nuanced than people give her credit for. I wouldn't say she's an entirely Hassan simp, but maybe she'll prove me wrong during this. I just feel like, Soy Pill did a pretty good interview with Taylor Lorenz, actually. And I found that interview very interesting. I felt like it gave me a lot more, material for me to think about for her as a person. I do think she's much more nuanced than people realize. I do think that she realizes she knows the space that she's working in, right? she knows the space. She knows the space that she's working in. She knows that she's not particularly popular, and she's fine with that. And I do have to respect her for that much, at least, right? It's not easy, right? To be like, okay, I'm not popular. I'll never be popular. People will always think I'm fucking annoying and just kind of roll with it, right? So I do respect her for that much, but yeah, I do think she's a little bit crazy. By the way, guys, you may have noticed Rob's Media came out with a new video, okay? And I am a voice actor in it. You guys should go watch it, okay? It's the it is the Xander Hall video. And I voice one of the people here. I'll just link it to you guys. Save it for later, okay? Save it for later. Wait. Copy link address. Is it okay? This? No, I don't want the timing to be there. Okay. I think it's this one. Does it do it? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you guys should go check it out. I voice acted in that. Very funny. Anyways. Back to this.
On issues either way, there's so much kind of like weird back and forth that I don't really like over-identify. I believe in human rights, and obviously I am against fascism. So I'm like broadly, I would call myself on the left.
For human rights and against fascism. Quick meme.
How I afford almost $250,000 in cars at 20. So I have 3 cars and I get asked a lot how I afford all of them at 20, but to answer that, I need to close the garage first. I can't let the neighbors figure out my secret. Okay, so it's time to finally reveal my secret, but I need to put my hair down.
Hey, baby boy. You want to be a good boy for mommy?
Follow for more financial.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Is it a bit bizarre for you this day and age
weird.
to see, number one, the media environment change so differently from when you started as a journalist, where I think by most accounts, quote unquote, alt media now dwarfs traditional media. So I guess I'll start there. You have worked at what we would call like establishment media. What is it like seeing the growth of alternative media and its sort of political ramifications?
And before you answer, Taylor, can you double check you're using the right
Wait,
one?
how are we measuring that? Doesn't traditional media still do way more in terms of like viewership? I don't know. I guess I don't know how you measure it. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I think so.
Like it's like a
No?
little.
Oh, does it sound bad? Hold on. Is it the, maybe it's not my short mic.
It's using your webcam mic. Yep.
Oh yeah, it's using my headphone mic. Hold on, wait.
It's like a good troll.
Is that better? Hold on. Does it...
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
better.
Yay. All right. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong thing. I love the rise of all. I mean, this is, I love this. I love it. I think it's a really good thing for the media to be, you know, I started as a blogger, very much of like the millennial blogger generation. And I think, I mean, so many of us, pretty much everyone in my like class of millennial bloggers ended up in traditional media because that was really the
Tech reporter, by the way. Just kidding.
only pathway. You couldn't make a living independently back then the same way that you can now. But I think it's really good to have like a robust and diverse media ecosystem. And I don't think you always get that diversity of perspectives in the mainstream media. So I think it's, I mean, I think it's great to like have mainstream media exist. I don't want to see like all investigative journalism go away, but I do like that things are kind of that we see a lot more like sort of niche media, things like Migrant Insider, a great Substack by this phenomenal journalist who's the only Capitol Hill reporter that files every single day on issues affecting immigration. He's broken some major stories, like that type of niche beat and niche audience. Like it just there wasn't really a business model for it in the olden days. So I'm pretty for it. It's obviously led to a lot of problems though, and I think that like our sort of regulatory structure, especially around like political advertisements and stuff, is not caught up to the media environment that we have now.
I think the promise of the internet in the late 2000s and that era was about sort of like decentralizing information. And so I remember feeling very optimistic about the young generation because, you know, our parents...
Who is she and why does everyone hate her so much? Just you wait, and I'm sure we'll find out why.
And our grandparents and society just kind of broadly was able...
Hi, Leia. How's it going? So, okay. Yeah, I do find some of her stuff interesting. It's, you know, I'm always gonna go, I'm not gonna lie, okay? I'm a little bit sexist, all right? Well, maybe I'm not sexist. I just understand the realities of being a disliked woman online, okay? That doesn't mean that I like all of Taylor Lorenz stuff. In general, I tend to disagree with her on most things. I think I tend to disagree with her, especially with her judgment of interpersonal drama. I feel like her judgment in interpersonal drama, she seems to be really, really fucking off. But I think some of her perspectives on like the media ecosystem and being online and all, I think some of that's interesting, I'll say. Okay.
Able to know,
But I do think she's fucking crazy.
like frankly lied to us when we were kids. I'm pretty old. I'm like 43, and you know, we didn't. Yeah, well, turning 43 pretty soon.
Okay, but that's millennial.
Hutch is 43. He looks good for 43.
Oh, like you're in the like they were lying about the Iraq War to us all the time. You know, they lied about a lot.
But the new media, I think, you know, I don't think I quite anticipated.
Uh-oh. Is Hutch about to imply the new media are liars? Taylor, don't let him get away with that.
The problems that come with new media, because I feel like
new media has a lot of credibility issues, actually. So, like even like the new media has way more credibility issues than old media, I will say. So
the perverse sort of profit incentives for legacy media, that's a big problem, right? I mean, it does impact coverage, but there's a different problem with audience capture now with creators. And these creators, like we'll say like Tim Pool or whatever, they don't have any editors that are fact checking them. They have no incentive to correct themselves if they make mistakes. Yes. In fact, they have perverse incentives to lie to their audience if they think it's going to get more views. And so I don't know if that's like
one thing I really appreciate about editing for Lonerbox is that he fact checks himself like a lot of the time. Like he's so good at fact checking himself. Like it's and he'll tell me if he sees something that's wrong. He'll tell me, oh yeah, like let's cut this part out or like put a note here or whatever. He's very good about that. Yeah.
Better or worse than the old model where you only had legacy media?
Well, I would say that's not all content creators, right? I would say it's like, I think it's also even just if you look politically, like that's a much bigger problem on the right, even than the left. Not to say that there isn't a huge amount of people on the left that also do that. I think it's across the board. But I think that like, I think part of the way that Trump got into power was leveraging people that, also, I'm sorry, it's so bright. For some reason, the sun is coming in like right now. I feel like it looks like I'm being raptured.
It actually does that at the same time every day.
It's gonna like move soon. Anyway,
actually, as the Earth wobbles and the seasons change, it's not the exact same place every day.
I think that's
you
not
got
all
him, Steve.
I did. Thank
but
you.
It is certainly, you know, a portion of independent media, and I think those people are bad actors, and that's why I constantly write stories. You know, when they do unethical things, they put out disinformation that they refuse to correct. They, you know, take dubious deals.
I will say it's kind of weird reacting to a Destiny video after so long. You know? It's just certainly weird.
That they don't disclose, et cetera. Like, I care a lot about transparency. And I think I totally agree with you, what you just said of like, that, I don't know if you said this, but you said they don't have editors, they don't have fact checkers. I want them to, I want them to adopt those principles and sort of, you know, abide by more journalistic principles. If they're going to call themselves journalists, some of them just straight up don't care about calling themselves journalists.
That's one thing I really struggle with is this line between pundit and journalist. Sorry, you can go. But like, I struggle sometimes with like my own, you know, what am I doing and what the role is. I view that there is a thing as a pundit who maybe has less responsibilities. And
yeah, I guess in my mind, I mean, journalist doesn't really mean anything though. Like in my mind, journalist is tied to like reporter. Are you doing original reporting on a thing? So this would be like communicating with like primary.
I disagree with this.
Sources and then.
I think journalism does mean something. People go to journalism school for journalism, right? It means that you are trying to practice some level of ethics when you do journalism, though a lot of these people don't, especially Laura Loomer, by the way, if I can. If I can just throw that in there, I feel like journalist does mean something. I disagree with that.
Reporting on what those primary sources are saying, or being a primary source going to witness a thing. Anything beyond that would just be punditry, basically, right? I think pundit is a very negatively loaded.
Commentators are different from journalists, in my opinion. I feel like journalists are doing that kind of work. Journalist, reporter, it's basically the same in my head. They're at least doing some sort of research or something, right? I feel like commentator is a much looser thing, and you don't have to have everything correct all the time. You just have to have an opinion on things. So, yeah.
Good word. People don't like to think of themselves as pundits or.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not really a bad word. It just means you talk about it. You're a reactor, you know?
Well, that's super negative.
You're a reactor, man.
Yeah. Journalists, capital J journalists, are different than pundits, but sometimes it can get really blurry, and it kind of confuses me about you know, what standards, if any, apply to people who operate in space.
I think it's really incumbent on individual people to be transparent too and say, like, here are my lines. Like, I've talked to some political creators that are like, listen, I'm overtly a political creator. I don't care. So I'm fine, you know, taking XYZ money or doing this or going out and campaigning with specific candidates or whatever. Because you know, that's how I view myself. And they're transparent with the audience. I think where you get into things that bother me, at least, it's like when you pretend to be a journalist or you put independent journalist in your bio and then you're turning around and not abiding by basic journalistic principles. So I wish that audiences would ask harder questions of these people that they follow.
Is Nick Shirley a journalist or a pundit? Like Nick Shirley would be considered more.
He's a retard.
He is, but he would be considered more a journalist or reporter, yes, because he's going on the ground and he's doing
Destiny Taylor runs on the screen at the same time makes me miss the 5-hour silence with metal pipes video. Oh.
Original reporting. He's like communicating with primary sources or being a primary source to what he's doing.
Follow. A lot of times the audience doesn't even care.
You could argue that in my trip to Israel, that would be like a type. Well, except it's not all published yet, but that would be like a journalistic or a reporter endeavor.
Speaking of which, I need to edit Letterboxd's Israel videos. I like completely forgot that I need to do that. That was something that I was going to work on.
I think.
Journalistic principle. So I wish that audiences would ask harder questions of these people that they follow. A lot of times the audience doesn't even care. They'll just eat the slop, you know? And I'm like, no, do you know what this person's background is? Do you know where they're getting their talking points? Do you know what is their funding structure like? What are their, you know, and they're not very transparent about that. So
yeah, I was like, oh wait, go ahead.
I just want to ask, as somebody who follows the new media space much more closely than most people, how do you know who to trust when it comes to political opinions and who's grifting and who's telling the truth? What do you look for?
Also, Guy, I have to say, I love your background. I used to have that in my dorm room. I had like all these like old political signs, and I love these. I think it's such a good, like, I've never seen it. It works very well with like a YouTube background. But anyway.
Wait, fuck, what you say? Hold on.
Truth. What do you look for?
Also, Guy, I have to say, I love your background. I used to have that in my dorm room. I had like all these like old political signs, and I love this. I think it's such a good, like, I've never seen it. It works very well as like a YouTube background. But anyway, you said how do people know who to trust?
Yeah, like how do you know who to trust? Because you follow this space more closely than most people. So I'm curious.
I mean, I also think different people are trustworthy on different issues. You know what I mean? And I trust people to like give a thoughtful commentary on one thing and not the other. And I think a lot of times too, the problem is like we see people who are experts in one thing. This is why like I didn't go to Cuba when I was asked or whatever. I'm like, people don't need to hear me talking about like foreign policy and this. So like I'm a tech reporter. You know what I mean? So like I think there's a lot of like influencers, content creators feel a lot of pressure to kind of be experts on everything. And I think that it's a bad thing for audience to view them that way. It's kind of unhealthy. But I guess I figure out who to trust because I look at their like principles. I look at how transparent they are. I also look at how willing they are to like have conversations. Like if they do fuck up or if they do get something wrong, like how willing is that person able? Are they going to issue a correction? For instance, if they got something factually wrong, are they going to be transparent about their funding? You know, are they like operating in good faith and trying to get things right? And also, what are they an expert in? Are they pretending to be an expert in everything? Nobody really is, you know. So it's kind of like, what is your niche and how willing are you to stray from that niche and start popping off about things that you don't know anything about?
Okay. All right. Well, so structure of the show, I think we were going to get into some current events as we normally do. And then, of course, I don't know if you know this, but you did an article about this thing called Chorus. And I think someone wants to talk about it at some point.
Oh, my God.
You were at the correspondence dinner. Do you want to talk about your experience?
Yeah, I was at the like Politico CBS News pre-party. So the way that it works is like there's the main actual dinner in the ballroom. And then outside the ballroom around it in the Hilton, there's like all.
Dude, I'm seeing all the fucking. My Twitter timeline is filled with people posting the Met Gala looks. And I'm seeing all of like. Oh man, Bad Bunny showed up as an old man. Wow. Oh my God, we just need to, we should scroll through this, actually. We should scroll through this later. Yeah.
All these like media parties, Washington Post, Bloomberg, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, all like pretty much every media company has like a party that's in the Hilton, that's in one of the rooms kind of like adjacent, like by the ballroom. So like when people are like, there's no security to walk in, it's because most of the journalists there are just going to these like parties around and they're not going to sit through the actual correspondence dinner, especially this year with Trump. Some of them do, they go as part of work, but like most people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surrounding events.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on.
Like a party that's in the Hilton, parties, Washington Post, Bloomberg, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, all like pretty much every media company has like a party that's in the Hilton, that's in one of the rooms kind of like adjacent, like by the ballroom. So like when people are like, there's no security to walk in, it's because most of the journalists there are just going to these like parties around and they're not going to sit through the actual correspondence dinner, especially this year with Trump. Some of them do, they go as part of work, but like most people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surrounding.
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with security, but whatever. Okay.
Events like the Puck whatever, they were doing something too. So I was there.
Who recommended me to react to this? To Destiny's commentary on this? Because she is literally explaining why there's loose security on this, and he's like, I don't know what this has to do with fucking security. Like, come on, dude. You're half listening. Who recommended this? Who recommended that I reacted? What is going on? You're half listening. You're half listening. What? Okay, I hope whoever recommend this. Who did this? Just a second. I hope his reaction gets better because this is just lackluster here. What is going on? Be better. This is not the Destiny that I remember, okay? This is definitely not the Destiny that I remember. What?
in one of the rooms, kind of like adjacent, like people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surround. Walk in, it's because most of the journalists there, Post, Bloomberg, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, all like pretty much every media company has like a party that's in the Hilton that's in one of the rooms, kind of like adjacent, like by the ballroom. So like when people are like, there's no security to walk in, it's because most of the journalists there are just going to these like parties around, and they're not going to sit through the actual Correspondence Center, especially this year with Trump. Some of them do.
The Correspondence Center is in a building, and while the dinner's happening, there are some other parties happening, and people just walk in because most people are going to all these other parties. They go as part of work, but like most people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surround. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Who did this? Well, what is this reaction?
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with security, but whatever. Okay.
Events like the puck.
She just explained it. I don't like her either, but my God. I don't like her either, but at least listen, have a more present reaction. My goodness. She just explained it.
Whatever, they were doing something too. So I was there for that. So I was in the lobby shortly before that guy came, was trying to do the shooting. I was not in the ballroom. I left.
You were missing from the room. When it went down.
I left actually to go to this party, the Substack party, which was at the Renwick, which was directly across from the White House.
I really wanted to go to the Substack party, but I couldn't find an invite for it.
So as soon as I got there, the shooting had happened, and we got locked because it's directly across the White House. The Secret Service locked us in the Renwick, and so we were all locked in the Renwick with Substack people, basically.
With Michael Tracy about to beat you up.
Yes, that was when the Michael Tracy, Jim Acosta.
Oh, were you there for that?
Yes, I did see that drama. So yeah, there was a lot of drama that night, but yeah, it was crazy and weird and stuff. I mean, the White House Correspondence Dinner is like just a dumb thing that they do every year.
Same Substack party you were invited to? True, but I didn't go. Fuck that.
I think it's been so like devalued by now that it's like
Nixon.
nobody takes it that seriously,
Fuck that.
except like inside DC people maybe. But
I mean, without it, we wouldn't have Trump, right? If Obama hadn't made those comments, maybe. So
Yeah.
maybe he is the predictor of our next president. We could see
maybe
what
we
happened
should
at the
just shut
last
it
one.
down. Yeah. But yeah, it was crazy and weird and stuff. I mean, the White House Correspondence Dinner is like just a dumb thing that they do every year to. I think it's been so like devalued by now that it's like nobody takes it that seriously, except like inside DC people maybe.
I don't understand her comments here. It's been devalued because the biggest reason is because Trump literally just didn't do it for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
Did Biden ever bring it back? I don't remember if Biden had the if he did the Correspondence Dinner
It's true that Trump hates journalists, so.
or not. He did.
And with his hating of I mean, like, this has kind of added to the whole post-truth society we live in now, right? So half the, like, you've got like people saying they don't trust like legacy media, then you've got the rise of new media, then you've got nobody fact-checking themselves, and yeah. Hey, what does I don't know what it's called, the progress bar say for the timestamp? Negative 3:25:48.
Okay. I feel like after Trump didn't do it for 4 years, I feel like we all stopped kind of caring at that point, but I don't remember. I guess the fact I don't remember it at all under Biden means, I guess.
Skip forward like an hour.
Party.
Well, there is a pathway for them. I've seen so many generations because I also covered Trump. I covered the first Trump election. I was at the Hilton the night of the 2016 election when Trump came out.
Wow.
I went to it was the Clinton people were at the Javits Center.
Yeah, this commentary is just garbage. Like, what is going on here?
Everything about their knowledge of foreign policy. We should not listen to the Nelk boys on foreign policy. I can't believe I have to say that in 2026.
All right. Well, moving on to.
Okay, just a heads up. I do not support Plattner for Senate. I withdraw my support for him. I'm neutral on that race. Morbler has convinced me. Apparently, he did lie. He lied because I guess he had to, because knowing that he's a Nazi would make him unelectable. So thank you. Morbler and DGG chat has convinced me.
That's in the system. This is
court decision to allow all of
Okay, my bad.
From 2023 or whatever.
Wait, he's just coming around to fucking Destiny is just coming around to Plattner right now. He's just coming around to... I'm so fucking confused. What's happening? Wait, I thought he would have been on Plattner like weeks ago. I thought he would have been like, nah, fuck that guy, like weeks ago. I feel like at least, if not months ago. No, when did all this stuff come out about Plattner? Now he's like, oh, I withdraw my support. Tonight? Bro, what's happening? Hi, Kangalope. How's it going? Once I start talking about chorus, it gets good. Okay. But like, what? Boy, he just decided, tonight was like, yeah, I'm withdrawing my support for Plat. I would have thought you would have been on that months ago. Months ago. Okay. I'm clearly out of the loop. Because, like, yeah, no, Plattner, I don't like Plattner, but, well, Destiny was supporting him until he found out about the Nazi tattoo and withdrew his support once he found out it got covered up. No, but he's saying right now, tonight, he said, oh, I'm withdrawing my support of Plattner. Yeah, no, he did. Of course he knew about the Nazi tattoo. Of course he did. Okay. I guess he's, oh, you know what, I can't hold it. I guess maybe he's not that tapped into it, you know?
Oh, I don't know the exact groups, but I know the majority of money that was spent, like $90 million or whatever, was from dark money groups.
Fuck. Yeah. Spent on what, guy? What do you mean?
On ads promoting, yes or no on the referendum. This is to change the congressional districts in Virginia.
Oh, I was talking about the Supreme Court decision to allow all of these like congressional redistricting to happen, or to, I guess the ultimate piece, correct me if I'm wrong, essentially is saying it is now much harder to challenge potentially racial gerrymandering in any of these places based on their decision.
Okay, I thought we were just going to talk about the changes in general.
You're too up to date, guy. I'm 7 days behind.
You see that John Slipper from PodSave deleted his fucking tweet from 2023 or whatever? Did you see that?
No, wait, what was the tweet?
He had a fucking tweet that somebody found, everybody started retweeting, and it was like, why don't you point out?
Okay. Right. Oh, okay.
How long?
Whatever, you have to math it out.
How do you feel about a Supreme Court? It seemed like a semi-children.
Like things like, hey, bro, it's not the worst if they're literally just going on like
things that.
Is
it like, oh, well, sometimes they compromise? Like, how do we square that circle? Like, this
is basically poverty line these days.
No, that's a lot of fucking money.
I'm just.
How much does a streamer make?
Well, the average streamer probably like $100 a year.
Okay.
True.
Wait, is this an average politician then?
Who?
Yeah, you got. I asked. True. It was me.
This thing allowing Mr. God, I can't pronounce it. The birth.
Kids, if you want to be a streamer when you grow up, don't. Okay.
Control pill to be tele-mailed to people, which is a progressive decision. Is this, them playing cover but also being partisan? Is it like, oh, well, sometimes they compromise? Like, how do we square that circle? Like, where does that fit into the narrative?
Yeah, so
these Met Gala looks are fucking crazy. We have to look at them later. We have to.
I don't think that all of the Supreme Court decisions can be thought of as totally.
It's 20 more minutes till we get juicy. Okay.
They were told they'd be kicked out of the program if they did. The people that run these programs, Courier News.
Never. I don't think she ever justified that or showed a single message of that or a threat of that.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Okay, she gets to the chorus part.
Talking about, yeah.
Mainstream media, you cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would be so unethical. It would violate every single ethics.
Also, what she's saying here, you can't do this thing. It would be unethical. No one would know. You wouldn't. There's no requirement to report it, and there are no ethical.
Sorry, I'm just rewinding a little bit so we get to the start of this.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
So we'll dovetail into the chorus thing.
Well,
Taylor, I don't know if you know
before
this.
we get started, did you guys see that there is a job opening? So if you guys are big chorus defenders here, they're hiring.
Oh shit!
I applied after your article and they rejected me. So I don't know.
To be in the program?
Really?
That's
not fair. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was like more dark money. Give me.
But you would you disclose it?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I tweeted it out before it even happened.
So where's the problem?
We'll get into it. I mean, but just so you know, I've been trying to get Hutch to come to dinner every day, and
Wait, I thought her issue was that Chorus was receiving dark money, or they were receiving money from the 538 fund, which was getting money from dark money or something. I don't even remember.
I say Hutch. where are you? What's going on, honey? Like, the food's ready. It's getting cold. And he's just staring at this big wall of Post-its and pictures. He's been writing a manifesto.
no.
So he's going to lead his this chorus discussion with you, just so you know.
Yeah.
Why are they going
What's
over
going
the,
on? I mean,
the
they're-
chorus article? I feel like this is so long ago, but okay.
Their second class finished, so they're done. I don't know that they've started. I think they're recruiting now for the next class, which is why they're hiring this partnerships person.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to focus on like the current sort of chorus stuff. I did want to talk about your article a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure, let's do it. Why
Okay.
not, guys? I'll talk about it till the cows come home. It's so crazy to me that when I was in
Years
DC, I ran
2070.
into someone from 1630, and she was like, "It's never gonna die," and I was like, "It's never gonna die. It's never gonna die."
Well, listen, I think it would help the discussion. Well, first of all, I want to say like, I think your overall focus on transparency when it comes to money in politics, that is necessary journalism that needs to happen. And in fact, despite the issues that I have with your article, and we can dive into that, I did learn a lot about like dark money structures because your article made me look into it. And so I do think that there's a really vital role for journalists to be discussing this issue. And so, I appreciate you bringing attention to that. And I genuinely mean that. But I want to ask you just a few questions before we get into some other things here. What do you think is the crux of, like, if you had to describe the crux of your reporting in this Wired article, like what would you go with there? How would you describe it? It's like the main points.
Yeah, I think the main point is basically like what I want people to walk away with, kind of what you just said, which is that like this massive, notorious dark money group is funding this program that influencers took part in that claim to be journalists, and that these influencers basically were taking undisclosed political money while promoting political messaging. For instance, I think that
Wait, real quick. Fuck, I don't remember in that article. Does anybody remember? I can't ask you fucking retards. Did anybody actually claim to be a journalist that she was talking about? What does she mean when she says that? Wired article.
Was it for Wired that she wrote this for?
I have to go to the archive. No, wait, fuck, that's the new article. Shut up, Mooten. I hate you.
Nut check.
Taylor, Lorenz, chorus.
Okay, we're doing skip silence here.
Wired. Oh, okay. Archive.
You gonna read this shit again?
It's under Control F journalist. I'm curious who, if they did. The word isn't even used? Control F journalist. Subscriber. It's there. Control F. Okay. Well, whatever.
political money while promoting political messaging. For instance, I think that, let me just give an example. So I think that consumers and viewers, readers, whatever, right, like news consumers deserve the right to know if the person that they're receiving information from is, one, taking political money, and two, taking part in like messaging sessions, like getting, sort of information given to them by certain political interests, whatever, right? I think that they should know that. Journalists, for instance, like myself, anybody that basically works in mainstream media, you cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would
Just as a quick thing, her Amidyar thing, like, clearly has some kind of like political messaging goal. That's how they chose their people. It's listed on their website. She has never given any details as to what they coached her on or what they talked to her about or what resources they provided her. She's never said that. I've never seen anybody say that. But whatever.
be so unethical.
I would, by her definitions, I would say absolutely. Yeah.
Works in mainstream media, you cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would be so unethical. It would violate every single ethics.
Also, what she's saying here, you can't do this thing. It would be unethical. No one would know. You wouldn't there's no requirement to report it, and there are no ethical boards or standards, whatever, for journalists. None of this is true. She's
It's
making
just
all
like some stupid perceived ethics that
like,
she's holding.
Maybe corporate policies, what she's talking about, yeah.
You could never do that and work in mainstream media. But I think the problem with influencers is that, listen, and I have friends in that program, but like some of them, it's like whatever, they're political influencers. They don't feel like they have to disclose it. I think they should disclose it. But there are a lot of other people in those programs that are calling themselves journalists, and a lot of them actually wanted to disclose it. That's how that article came to be. Is that 7 people in the program came together, 7 of them, and were like, hey, we wanted to disclose it. We want to post about it. We're being told that we're not allowed to, and we'll be kicked out of the program if we actually publicly disclose it.
Don't think any of that was true. I don't even know if she made that claim in the article. She definitely didn't justify it. This is just a lie, but okay.
I think this is really wrong, and we want to blow the whistle on it. We've recorded all these Zoom calls. Here's screen recordings of all these internal text messages. Here's internal documents. Here's all of the contracts. Here's all the contract negotiations. Here's all the internal guidance on what we're supposed to respond to. Blah blah blah. So I was like, great, okay, well, let me reach out to Chorus and 1630 and talk to them about this. Obviously, they didn't want to talk on the record, but I hope that people from that article demand more from the content creators and demand that these content creators, are
She implying somebody from Chorus talked to her off the record. I seriously doubt that.
That's what it sounded
okay.
like, yeah.
That's what it sounded like, but I don't think that's true.
demand more from the content
Yes.
creators. Demand that these content creators,
Or she's being misleading.
are more transparent about funding.
Okay, sorry.
And most importantly, because I don't even think it should all be on the content creators' fault. As I said, so many content creators did want to disclose, and they were told they'd be kicked out of the program if they did. The people that run these programs, Courier News.
Never. I don't think she ever justified that or showed a single message of that or a threat of that, or even I don't know if there's even a person claiming that.
Yeah, a bunch of content creators came out and directly contradicted Taylor Lorenz on that point, that they would have been kicked out of Chorus if they had disclosed. So, unless you can provide proof otherwise, then it's actually. Yeah, I don't know that I
That was
believe her
named in the
either on
article
that.
that said they get kicked out if they disclose that. But okay.
I don't know if you guys know Tara McGowan, Courier.
No, I heard
crazy.
you talk about them before, but
yes, they're like the
no.
other big. You guys should. That's like your type of. That's like the other big lib like thing that funds all the Democrat stuff. Like,
Oh, you're not a lib, Taylor?
Listen. I love the libs. I'm not hating on anybody, but
Hang on a second. You like free speech? You don't like the libs?
I do. I don't know. I actually like a lot of people. I like a lot of people in chorus, and I like a lot of people in all these programs. But
And I have black friends too. I'm not a racist. I have black friends.
No, but I'm saying like that program is run transparently, right? There's a lot of other funding programs that are run transparently. Even Crooked Media, you could consider sort of a form of this, although it's quite different. It's a media company. But
so overall, though,
what is she talking about? I'm sorry. In what example is she giving? Are people disclosing like specific dollar amounts and like every single thing they're told behind the scenes for the companies they're part of? I don't believe any of that. I don't think any of that is true. I just don't believe it unless somebody shows me that. I don't think it's true.
Putting the emphasis on disclosure. You think the crux of the article was about disclosure?
I think it's about disclosure and also unpacking what sort of, basically, if you sign a contract that says if I take part in chorus-based events and that puts restrictions on my content, that should be disclosed.
She's not accurately summarizing the contract, and everything she's saying is just fucking retarded. Just that, of course, make some resource available to you. You can't like capitalize on that, and then like it sounds like what Chorus is going to do is like bring in a person to speak to you, and you're not allowed to like reach out to that person and contact them afterwards and have them come on your stream. My guess is probably because they didn't want people flooded with requests afterwards. And also, if you're making resources available to people, you don't want them to like just take it from you or at least something like this. None of the claims she's made on the article or here have ever been justified by anything in the article. Now, when I interrogated her for 30 minutes on this, she eventually got down to the fact that she just left all of it out of the article. Initially, she said it was because of the lawyers, then she said it was because of the editors, and then finally she said, well, it was just the choices that I made. So I think she's lying about all of this 100%.
That puts restrictions on my content. That should be disclosed.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that because that's worth diving into. But to your point on the disclosure, okay, so the section in your article where you dealt with the specific provision in the contract that barred the creators from disclosing that they were a part of a fund, like a dark money fund.
The program. They talk that they're part of the funding program.
Right. Yeah. That I think was probably the strongest part of your article. I think that does raise ethical concerns that are worth exploring and discussing and hashing out and kind of collectively deciding like what should the ethics be. But we'll get to some.
Well, they came out after. I mean, these content creators, several of them came out after the story came out and said we're proud to take dark money and we don't owe you anything.
She's such a malicious fucking piece of shit. God, she's such a fucking demon monster.
So I think that's the energy that some of these content creators have, and I think that's a huge disservice. I think if they start to play that game, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. Like that's not you have the disadvantage in that system. The right has significantly more money than the left.
Well, let me ask, was it in writing that they couldn't disclose? I don't know.
Yeah, it's in their contract. Yeah, it was in their contract. Yeah.
It wasn't. That's a lie. That's a lie. There were probably some aspects of things they aren't allowed to disclose. That's standard in every contract. Guy, unfortunately, is not asking a specific enough question, so Taylor's able to mislead and lie here in her response by saying, well, yeah, technically there were things in that contract, but you weren't supposed to disclose it.
Well, okay. I gotta hit one thing at a time here. I feel like you hit on like 5 things that I want to unpack. But
yeah, that's what
I
she does.
my train of thought here. So
ooh, can you guys vibe out sounds? Like
vibing?
She's
when she like
she's uncomfortable, right? Or she's like in combative mode. Can you hear that? Hold on.
Like 5 things that I want to unpack, but I wanna...
that.
Oh yeah, like that. Okay, it's like all right, we're going with this.
Yeah, that's like we're about to fight sound. Oh boy.
I want to keep my train of thought here. So second question that I have for you is I think it was in your conversation with Pisco, where you were speaking about the importance of journalists and editors disclosing their partisan beliefs in their reporting. Was that your conversation with Pisco or on Doomscroll?
No, well, I don't think that you have to do that. I say that, for instance, one reason that I really like to be independent is because I like to make my views clear on where I stand on certain issues. I think that makes me a more accountable reporter because when I'm open and I disclose, hey, I'm coming to this issue with this perspective. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, I go to sources with this all the time where I'm like, well, this is my view, you know?
Well, Taylor, in the interest of transparency,
hold on.
Like to make my views clear on where I stand on certain issues. I think that makes me a more accountable reporter because when I'm open and I disclose, hey, I'm coming to this issue with this perspective. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, I go to sources with this all the time where I'm like, well, this is my view, you know?
Well, Taylor, in the interest of transparency.
Is he about to make it? I feel like Sparkle interjects sometimes with too many jokes. I feel like 90% of the talking he does sometimes, I feel like just interjecting with a joke. But okay.
Earlier, I know we're being friendly here, but you hate Democrats and libs, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you hate
Sometimes
Democrats.
they drive me
I'm pretty
crazy.
sure I've
I
heard you
want
say
them to
this.
win. I hate them because they keep losing. I want them to win. I want them to be Republicans.
Mm.
But I mean, obviously, I don't want the Republicans to win, especially not Donald Trump. He's a fascist.
But on this point, though, like, I think you did.
My point is like if you are a journalist, especially if you're a public independent journalist, I think it's to your benefit and to the public's benefit for you to be transparent. And I think one reason people don't like mainstream media is that mainstream media will put out content that clearly has a political slant. You know, certain writers at The Atlantic, for instance, right, that like are going to skew a certain way, but they can't come out and say it. And to me, that's a flaw in our media ecosystem. I think that you should.
What a crazy. Anytime somebody yaps so much off topic, it's because they know that their argument is weak. Like, what the fuck are we talking? We just went from. I don't even remember Hutch's original question. I think it had to do with like the types of disclosures that you should make for funding. And she's like, I think you should have to be open about your political biases. What the fuck is even talking about this? She's like on some completely other planet right now.
Would it be up to the journalists to disclose that kind of slant in the reporting itself?
No, because it depends on your slant. Like, what are you talking about? Like, for instance, I cover identity verification laws. I'm very critical of ID verification laws. I'm very anti-surveillance. When I talk to the guy at the Age Verification Association, the trade group, I say, listen, I'm a huge critic of these laws. Convince me why I'm wrong. The goal of an article, like a journalistic article, is to be factual and truthful and to get people to understand, sort of the truth of a situation. It's not necessarily to share your opinion on something. Some articles do contain more opinion, but most sort of like investigative work, or especially something like this, it doesn't have my opinion in it. Also because like 15 people worked on this article and my original draft was so like, it goes through like so much sort of editing and review and so many people work on it that it's just like the end product is mostly a result of like what did the legal, how do we need to sort of reword this so that it's legally factual and it's up to some like defamation laws. That's what they kept threatening.
Well, my sense of
did they privately, not publicly, or what?
of this particular
I feel
reporting
like
is that
I'm
I think you do have a
missing
slant. I think you do. I think your opinion is
My slant
present.
is probably, I mean, as you can read from
Oh my God, is she going to say my slant is towards the truth and transparency?
all my Wired reporting, it's against dark money, and it's
Oh, so noble. Your slant is against a thing that, by definition, the verbiage itself implies that it's
My Twitter got nuked. Also, are you going to the event in July or not? Oh, okay. I was wondering because I tried to reply to your thing and it didn't send. Probably not going to the thing in July. I don't think I have the ability to go to it. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's risky. I don't know if I'll be able to. So
a bad thing. Good job. Wow.
it is a transparency.
No, that's not the
nice. Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. I think you have an anti-establishment slant. I think you've discussed. You've
Of course, it's
described
anti-
Fucking. Dude, she's so
okay.
coded.
Hutch doing. I think you have an anti-establishment slant. Oof. She's gonna get mad at that, I think.
Oh my God.
Establishment.
Well, hang on, real quick. You've just
Chorus is anti-establishment. Is that what she just said?
establishment slant. I think you've discussed. You've
Of course, it's
described
anti-establishment.
Well, hang on, real quick. You've described yourself as on the left, or I think you even hinted that you were identified with the label of leftist. I think in your
Sure,
conversation with
in certain,
Google,
sure, on
and when
certain
you read
issues.
the article,
for
it's like
sure, yeah.
really clear that you have villains in the story and you have heroes in the story and you have kind of larger narrative. But I think goes beyond
but like
disclosure,
15
right?
people, right? But like my name's on the top, but as you know, with an investigation, like especially one that went to the top, like 15 people worked on the story. So
Oh, well, I understand that, but like for example, so you.
There's so much going on someday, and by someday I mean 10 years from now, I'll do a video on breaking down like these conversation dynamics. There's so much bad faith engagement from Taylor on this topic, right? So Taylor says, my goal is the facts and accuracy. That's my goal when reporting. I'm not trying to spin a narrative or be biased or give my opinion. It's just facts and truth, okay? And then Hutch says, well, in this article, it didn't seem like it was just facts and truth. It seems like there was a political bias. So she makes a claim, and he hits into the heart of that claim, and then she goes, oh, actually 15 people worked on it. So does that mean that the article wasn't truthful and factual? Are you abandoning that position? It's a diversion, obviously, with the goal of dispersing, I don't know, some personal accountability or saying maybe it can't be biased. I don't know, but I hate, she's so good at every single time she opens her mouth, it's to spin a lie of some kind.
You assigned the label centrist to Olivia Giuliani.
What happened? Are you serious? This video is unavailable. Wow. This video is private. Wow. Okay. What? When has that ever happened? Yeah, but it should still be available. Okay, even if he ended the stream, it should still be available. Why is Twitter giving me weird notifications on my chat? Nope, auto privates. Really? Since when did he start auto privating things? He used to keep all his live streams public. Okay. Interesting. Scandalized. I am scandalized. Oh, okay. Just ended. He used to keep, well, not public, but he used to keep his live streams unlisted. So it's happened while watching yours. Sorry. He used to keep his live streams unlisted, so I don't know what happened. Since when did he start privating his live streams? Does anybody know? Did he change that recently? Doesn't Loner do the same thing? No, I think he leaves them unlisted. Something Spotify deal, I think. Oh, okay. So I guess we'll just have to wait for that to come out. Okay, do you guys want to watch this? Let's just watch this. Let's watch a little bit, at least. Since I can't watch the rest of his commentary on that.
Hey, everybody. Long time no see. Not dead, despite how many governments...
I didn't know he had a Spotify deal. By the way, I would love to start uploading things to Spotify. I don't know how to do that, though.
Shady influencers might wish it. Still kicking, and as I mentioned, what was it, 5 months ago now?
By the way, she looks so good here. She looks really good. Maybe because he's not monetized. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
If I came back, it would only be because I actually had something worth saying. And unfortunately, I do. Because what the hell is going on here?
What do you think about these Netanyahu AI videos?
I haven't seen them.
You haven't seen them?
No.
Oh, they think he might be dead.
What?
Yeah. There's a bunch of AI videos that Israel has released that are like clearly AI.
What?
Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. We spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our
Oh, dude, I'm so excited for this video, actually. Lauren Southern's going to be dishing all the dirt on these people.
childhood, the testing that both of us had
Spotify
to endure.
donates to
Spoke about
ICE,
the fact
really?
that we could both astral project.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking...
You know who also was gloating while Candace was burning everything down? Tucker Carlson, because he thought that shit was funny.
told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no...
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you...
Under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
I can't believe... I will say, one thing about Andrew Wilson is that I used to be friends with him and his wife. And I still find myself friendly with them. But I will say that Andrew does resort to some pretty nasty debate tactics when he's not getting his way. You know? So... Of course, Myron Gaines is doing this. We love this, don't we? Thanks, Myron. This goes so hard if you have an IQ under 70. True! Who better? I mean, fucking Myron Gaines absolutely has an IQ under 70. Absolutely.
I genuinely don't know what the counterculture dissident political movement is anymore or what it's even fighting for at this point. I cannot keep track of who is being...
Well, Western civilization, Lauren, don't you know? That's what it's fighting for. It's fighting for Western civilization. You don't know that? Don't you hear about all the Browns invading? Isn't that like your thing? Or it was your thing? Come on. It's still the same shit. It's still the same... Preventing invasion, all of that. You know, no? I guess not. Okay, let's resume.
Being paid by what government? Even myself, apparently. Or who is accusing who of murdering Charlie Kirk? I am watching 50-year-old political influencers have flame wars over micro-penises and blowjobs. Trump's converted to Islam, apparently. Meanwhile, the largest podcasters on earth can casually announce that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead because it was trending for 6 minutes on Twitter. True or not, whatever seems to make it to the top of the algorithmic slop heap is just reality for the day. There's no more journalism, or fact-checking, or reading court cases. And at this point, I kind of just respect the people who have just embraced the accelerationism. The teenagers who are bone smashing and doing meth to Mog on the internet like Clavicular, just full Zoolander reality. Or whoever put out this ad on the White House media team.
I cancel Spotify for the ICE ads and donating to fund AI military weapons. I just use YouTube Music now. I do like YouTube Music, yeah, that's what I use, but...
Here comes the heat from the USA. Pins down. What a strike. That's right. Who do you think you are?
It's all just performance art.
Oh, I'm glad that she's acknowledging that because, like, the ICE stuff, the ICE arrests, the fucking film, the ICE shit has to be some of the biggest performance art I've ever seen, right? We know that Donald Trump is deporting less people than Obama did, but when he does it, he's doing it way more performatively and it's just performatively cruel, really. It's just all about the cruelty.
At this point, idiocracy, and I've reached a level of internal acceptance, peace, that people don't want politics. They want entertainment. And
that's true. That's true. That's what any of these political commentators like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, while they are peddling some serious bullshit, they are doing it for the entertainment value. And a lot of people are watching, I suspect most people watching Candace Owens are watching her for the entertainment value.
And so be it. But there's one part of this I can't just shrug at. One part that's kind of deeply personal, to be honest. And that is the rise of Christianity as a prop in this performance. Because
when has it not been a prop, though? When has religiousness not been a prop in the right-wing sphere? Maybe it's just that, okay, I want to give her some, I'll give her some, like, I'll be generous. Like, maybe she didn't realize it. I'm currently trying to find you on Puppet Edgar. Hope all is well. I'm in the Poly Market one, where he goes and interviews uncomfortable women under the outside the Poly Market bar or whatever. That's what it's titled, or something similar to that. Okay, so yeah, maybe she didn't realize it before, but obviously Christianity is used as a prop in all of this, right? Since when have people not used religiousness or their religious identity as a prop, right?
Right now, quite frankly, I am more likely to see someone with a cross in their bio calling someone a slur or saying God wants us to bomb the Middle East than saying anything remotely recognizable as the message of Jesus Christ. And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because what has happened to so-called Christians online?
Part 1, my extremely Christian origin story. Okay, this should be interesting. This should be interesting. I mean, okay. All right, let's see.
Before I begin talking about this subject, I think it's important to tell you a bit about my history so you understand why I am particularly befuddled, bamboozled, dare I say, by what I am witnessing right now. I had a very, very Christian childhood. I mean, like, we were charismatic. Miracles, prophecies, speaking in tongues. My dad literally worked for Kenneth Copeland when I was super little. If you don't know who that guy is, that's...
I feel like you yanked my look, Lauren. I feel like you yanked my look. I feel like you yanked my look, Lauren. No, I'm just kidding. But she's doing the long hair contrasted against her top look, okay? And I was doing it first, Lauren. But okay, it's a good look. It's a good look for you. And maybe you pull it off better than I do. Who knows? Okay?
This dude, I have a core...
She is beautiful. She is actually beautiful. Like, she is stunningly beautiful.
Memory of being like...
I'm just salty that somebody's doing it better than I am, okay? She stole your drip. No, I never wear turtlenecks. I can never pull off a turtleneck, okay? I could never pull off a turtleneck like Lauren could, but I feel like I was doing the long hair thing before everybody else was, okay? Long hair contrasted against the top, okay? And, you know, I was doing it for, okay, but she has the middle part. I have the side part. Okay, so maybe she's not completely... Also, she is doing the turtleneck, and it's a very artsy look, and I can't pull off turtlenecks, okay? I just can't. I know my body type. Turtlenecks don't look good on me, unfortunately. And they look really good on her. She's beautiful. I mean, even look at this pause frame. This pause frame is awkward, and she still looks stunning in it. She looks beautiful in it. This frame is objectively awkward, and she still is beautiful in it. She's unbelievably gorgeous.
X-Men tested for my ability to speak in tongues at Sunday school and talking in gibberish so I didn't look like the only idiot who couldn't speak to angels. Then going home...
I thought speaking in tongues was like you being possessed by the demons, no? Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
And thinking I was going to hell for lying.
Oh, like, what do I know about Christianity? Nothing, so...
To my parents' credit, we left that church eventually. They had me and my sister quite young and didn't come from stable family backgrounds or traditions. So despite some of the weirder experiences I had in religious circles, I honestly feel incredibly lucky that I had parents who were trying to find structure and meaning in their life, even if it included a bit of theological stumbling in the dark. And in a way, you know, my childhood was kind of cool because I got to do like a tasting board of all these different Protestant denominations, a few years at a Baptist church, a few years at a Mennonite church, evangelical, reform. I went to a Pentecostal school until I was 14. I attended Bible study well into my teen years. And then as I got older, I started encountering Catholicism and I attended Mass and learned why my parents warned me to stay away from those Catholic bad boys. I'm just kidding. I love you Catholics. On a serious note, my Achilles heel is clearly an obsession with a good Romeo and Juliet story. Anyways.
I totally get that. I totally love a doomed lovers scenario. I totally get that, Lauren. I totally get that. She looks like an orchestra conductor when you froze the frame, but she looks like a hot orchestra conductor. Okay? She does. She looks like a hot orchestra conductor. I don't care. I don't care. No, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I get the Romeo Juliet thing. I get the I love pining after somebody who doesn't love me back. I love that shit. I'm sorry, but you rock the look better, Stardust. Okay. Let's not lie. Let's not lie here. Okay. I know there's objective beauty. Okay. I know there's objective conventional beauty, and I know that I maybe barely fit. Barely on a good day. So
why do I say
let's not be lying liars here, guys, okay? I do my best, but I know that I don't, on most days, I don't fit. We try a little. We try. I'm trying every day to be better, a better me than I was yesterday, but I know what I am. And that's okay. That's okay.
All of this. Why am I litigating my entire past? My point is, I have lived and breathed the Christian culture and tradition in the real world my entire life. I've been a part of these communities in—
It wasn't an insult, LOL. No, I know it wasn't an insult. Truth, but maybe because personally I enjoy dark hair. I feel like your hair has more volume. Well, thank you. I don't insult other women. I think Lauren looks very beautiful here, though. I think she looks very beautiful and very, blessed. She is blessed.
Multiple denominations and continents. I still have my Adventures in Odyssey CDs. I am a true card-holding member of 90s Christian Kids. And let me tell you, not once, not a single one of these churches I attended over my 30 years on this earth, not one sermon, youth group, or even home group have I heard a single word.
Guys, I really want to play this game, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Does somebody want to buy it for me? I'm just kidding. Just joking. I've heard it's kind of boring, but it's really cute, and I kind of want to play it.
That has sounded anything like the version of Christianity I see on—
By the way, if you like the content, please consider subscribing, super chatting, or becoming a member. You can also join my Patreon.
On the internet today.
One day I'll have a Substack, and you guys can subscribe to my Substack, actually.
Never. Not even at the wacky prosperity gospel churches I've gone to. What is going on? Some of the most prominent voices I see online claiming to represent Christians on the internet would not just be reprimanded by church leadership, but like physically removed from the building for some of the things they flippantly say on a daily basis.
That's true.
Sure as hell never heard Larry the Cucumber utter the word femoid, slut, body count, and
True! Go ahead, Lauren. Actually true. Okay. Let's hear what else. Is it a very Christly thing to some of the stuff to make it really disgusting AI images of people of different races? Can we talk about that for a second?
Damn well, Mr. Whitaker would never. So I'm pretty confident this stuff is not coming from the church culture or the community I grew up in. So today, I'm going to try. I'm going to put in an honest to God effort to answer why it is that the average person's perception of Christians online is this. My favorite part of the Bible is where Jesus says to log online and call people slurs all day. I'm gonna be real.
True.
I don't think the majority of people Christ posting all day, building up this reputation, are connected to actual Christian communities in real life at all.
That's true.
Communities who tend to be the backbone of an enormous amount of charity, community life, and quiet service, everyday acts of kindness. And you know what? I think Christians deserve better. I think they deserve better than having their faith publicly worn like a skin suit by political performers and culture warriors looking for a moral costume design. And wait, I know what some of you may be thinking. What about you, Lauren? What damn moral authority do you have to jump in here and say anything about what Christianity actually is versus what it isn't? None. I have.
All right, fair enough. I like that she's being honest, and I respect it. I respect it.
No moral authority. My life is a mess. I could sit here and I could tell you that I read my Bible, I pray, and I believe in God, and that would be true. But I could also tell you I haven't been to church in over a year. I have parts of my life in mind that do not line up neatly with scripture at all, and I question whether I should call myself a Christian at all. And that would be true too.
I actually really like this video already. I really like this video already. I may disagree with a lot of Lauren Southern's political beliefs, but I've always found her willingness to be, you know, at least recently, I don't know her in her past, but her willingness, at least in this video, to be, you know, in recent years, to be honest, you know, a nice thing, you know. So or yeah, that's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. I can't say the entirety of her career I've agreed with her or found her particularly honest, but definitely at least in the last 5 years, 5-6 years, I feel like since she's kind of re-entered the space, I feel like she's been a very interesting character to watch, you know? She's pretty evil. This is just a rebrand. Well, we'll see. Let's at least I do appreciate some of the reflections that she has on the space. But yeah, I tend to disagree with basically everything that she believes in, you know? But yeah.
So I'm not speaking from some holier than thou position. If anything, I think I have been directly involved in creating the current downfall of online Christianity, and thus feel uniquely qualified to critique it from a place of personal understanding, but also just observation of very real patterns and facts that anyone could recognize if they had the same information about scripture, which I just so happen to have, largely because, well, some of you were too busy spending your childhoods summoning demons with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I was out here clocking 200 hours in Captain Bible and the Dome of Darkness at 8 years old. 1995, absolute banger. Entire premise, not even kidding, you enter a digital dome that humanity has been trapped under by Dr. Genesis, who is a wealthy scientist guy. Anyways, the dome is full of robot demons who are programmed to lie to you about what the Bible actually says and to keep the population deceived.
Oh, wow.
It's your
That's
job
interesting.
to enter the Dome of Darkness.
Like Tucker, she knows what she's doing, just sees which way the wind is blowing, goes for it. I don't know. I don't know. I think she's a bit more honest than Tucker Carlson or Candace
And have a
Owens.
good enough knowledge
I feel like Tucker Carlson is completely a made-up persona at this point, but maybe I'm wrong.
of the right verses and context to debate and debunk their nonsense to free humanity. And if they really get to you, you gotta log off and sit in your prayer room to heal. I have been training my whole life to make this video. Because apparently, even though that game scared the hell out of me as a kid, it wasn't enough. Apparently its entire premise was just going to become reality like 20 to 30 years later. And that's where we're gonna go next. What went wrong? There's this really fascinating critique that Jordan Peterson makes about why he refuses to answer when people ask if he's a Christian, and it goes like this.
The question is almost always manipulative. It's not really a question. It's a veiled demand that I declare my allegiance in the manner they see fit at that moment. No, thank you.
Now, obviously, there are two ways to read that. A more cynical reading would be, I don't want to lose my Christian audience, so I'm going to avoid giving a firm answer. And that is entirely possible. But there's also a more charitable reading, and honestly one I deeply understand, Whenever you are asked about your faith in media, politics, or online discourse, people don't really give a shit about your actual spiritual life. They're more interested in hearing whether you will publicly signal membership in their group. They don't want to know what you believe, they want reassurance. That Peterson is on the team or that I'm on the team, a clean friend-enemy distinction, which is where a lot of online Christianity has gone wrong in my opinion. It's functionally become team sports, us versus them. Are you posting Christ is King? Do you have the cross emoji in your bio? Do you hate those
True.
muzzies too? Did you hit like and subscribe to save the West? Also, donate to my fundraiser if you love...
Okay, at least she's acknowledging the Save the West talking point.
Jesus. Do you see the problem here? Like, everything is now being utilized for what I've seen referred to as the culture war cinematic universe. What is supposed to be a deeply personal, spiritual, and contemplative experience is being monetized, mass-produced, and used for the purpose of politics. And I'm not saying this hasn't been done before in history. Obviously, the church has been corrupt before, but it's taken on a whole new form in the era of the internet algorithms, AI, and bots. And I think people first started getting really uncomfortable with this new era of overtly political religiosity after Charlie Kirk's murder, which was this landmark emotional moment for a lot of people, myself included. But then there was the twist. Because immediately following this tragedy, what I would have imagined should have been a somber ceremony became this insane political spectacle with fireworks, repeated references to God, all between political campaigning.
And and weren't people also kind of like hinting that Charlie Kirk like kind of died the way that Jesus did, and that he was going to come back the way that Jesus did, and all of that was really fucking heretical, it feels, you know?
We're going to be doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism tomorrow.
On top of this, you also just had a whole strange genre of deification that happened where politicians...
Okay, yeah, see, she's bringing up a lot of the things that I saw. That's interesting. Yeah, the the deification, yeah. Okay.
And commentators were saying Charlie Kirk was a saint, or that Jesus Christ was asking for his autograph in heaven.
So their legacy grows, and Charlie's will too, beyond his...
Am I just predicting some of the points here? It's interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's listen.
Wildest dreams. And where Charlie is right now, he is fine. I picture God asking him for his autograph.
That's so fucking offensive. Wouldn't that be offensive to any like practicing Christian? I feel like that has to be offensive to practicing Christians. Like, okay, I'm not a Christian. I've never been a Christian. I don't know jack shit about Christianity, but that feels like it's gotta be heretical, or it's gotta be offensive or something. Like, oh, God's gonna be asking him for his autograph. Like, bro, what are you saying? That's like if somebody said Muhammad Hijab passed away, and people were like, oh, Muhammad Hijab's in heaven, and Muhammad, peace be upon him, is asking him for his autograph. We would be like, what? Evangelicals have gotten really fucking weird. Yeah, but it's just, this is disgusting. This is actually disgusting. Actual blasphemy. Yeah. Dude, what I love the most, I will never forget the moment when Andrew Tate posted a picture of himself in nothing but his boxers reading the Quran, right? And all of the Muslims got so fucking mad at him. They were seething at him. They were so mad. They were like, you can't read the Quran without clothes on. That's disgusting. That's heretical, blah, blah, blah. At least the Muslims are, you know, at least the religious Muslims are consistent. I'll give them that, though I find them very scary. So, the UK Muslims specifically, they're fucking nuts. Dude, the US Muslims generally don't give a shit about anything, really. They're generally pretty, like, docile. But Yeah, I thought that was so funny. Like, like all of these dudes were flaming the fuck out of Andrew Tate for taking a picture like that, and they were like, "You can't pose with the Quran like that. You should have clothes on. Have some respect for the book." You know, the Quran is very, you know, you are supposed to treat that book with a lot of respect. You don't put it on the floor. It's always on a shelf. You don't put anything dirty near it. You know, and this dude's holding the Quran, being half naked, like. Anyways.
I would say if Charlie Kirk lived in the biblical times, he'd have been the 13th disciple. He'd have been the 13th disciple.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now? What is going on?
The whole thing was just weird, man. It was just weird.
Okay, well, yeah, so it's weird. Yeah, it's weird.
And that's not even touching on the Facebook boomers and their AI posts.
Sometimes I fall to my knees and pray.
Why? One of the first things I learned about the Quran was you always wash your hands even before touching it because it's so sacred. Yeah, dude, like legit, if you go to the mosque to pray and you fart, even if it's a silent fart, you have to go and redo the whole clean. They make you clean yourself before you go pray. Like you have to do the whole, there's a cleaning process you do before you go pray. And if you are on your period or if you fart, even silently, you have to go, you have to leave. You have to leave and do the clean yourself, the whole cleaning ritual again and come back. And if you're on your period, forget about it. You can't. No, you're not there. You're not allowed. So. Crazy. Hey, I wanted to say the fireworks observation might be because Charlie Kirk liked them, but the speeches there might be more out of place as well as more wild comparison, so I get it. Yeah. Okay.
Come, Jesus, come.
Like, that's crazy. Nobody knows. Nobody knows if you did a silent fart, but you have to go. You have to leave. Go. You have to do the whole cleaning process again. You're not allowed to do that, you know? You can't do that. You've broken it, basically. You've broken that cleaning thing. You have to go back and clean yourself. So Andrew Tate holding the Quran while half naked is deeply, deeply offensive. And I thought it was so funny to watch him get lit up for that.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
This is so fucking weird. You can't disrespect God like that. You can't.
Knock, knock, knocking on.
Worst of all,
you cannot pray if you do. You cannot pray if you do that. God made you fart though. Doesn't matter, dude. You cannot pray. You have to go and do the whole cleaning thing again, and then you can come back and pray. Okay, you're not allowed to do that. That's not right.
Although, by far, was when all of this amalgamated into a political pressure campaign, forcing people to fall in line. You saw mass statements that if your church didn't mention Charlie Kirk, you had to stop attending it. Or if you thought any of
That's so fucking weird.
this was just kind of weird. How dare you criticize a grieving widow? Not only are you a bad Republican, you're a bad Christian. And I think for a political movement, the dissident right-wing sphere, who are generally suspicious of any sort of cultural pressure to fall in line, especially post-COVID and lockdown, this kind of put people into conspiratorial hyperdrive, which created the likes of Candace Owens' super schizo theories becoming viral sensations. Which, by the way, I beg of you, if you have fallen down that rabbit hole, just take a minute to actually read things like the Macron court case filed against her for defamation, because it is wacky how much she's just straight up inventing. And the same goes.
I do kind of want to read that now, actually. We should make that a stream thing where we read Candace Owens, the court filings, the Macrons versus Candace Owens. We should definitely.
Goes for the Charlie Kirk situation.
And we are definitively getting closer to what took.
But yeah, I will say
because it is, I beg of you, people into conspiratorial hype who are generally suspicious of any sort of cultural.
And by the way, the dissident right sphere are like the kings and the queens of edgy humor, right? And making humor out of some of the nastiest shit, right? And some of the nastiest, like, also all the jokes that people made about George Floyd dying, like, who, you know, and then some people might say to me, oh, Star, he wasn't a very nice guy. He had a criminal history. Who fucking cares? Somebody fucking died. Like, but these people made jokes and we let them make jokes and, you know, nobody, I certainly wasn't going after anybody, you know, in fact, I might have even laughed at one or two jokes, but, you know, these are the kings of fucking edgy humor, and you're gonna tell me that we can't make some jokes about Charlie Kirk 5 days after he's died? Come on. Seriously? You guys are the kings of edgy humor. Well, we're allowed to make some... I feel like, okay, give it a couple of days. Maybe it's a bad taste. But even then, if it's bad taste, even if I think it's bad taste, I'm not going to get somebody fired for it. I don't know. I might broadcast to everybody that this person's being really distasteful, but I feel like 5 days, you know, and people were still, like, weeks after, people are finding the names of, like, random people who made a joke and doxing them and getting them fired, or trying to get them fired for making some jokes, you know? I mean, I don't envy Charlie Kirk's widow at all. I can't imagine. Like, logging onto Twitter must be terrible for her, given how many people have AI'd Charlie Kirk's face onto various people. But, yeah.
Pressure to fall in line, especially post-COVID and lockdown. This kind of put people into conspiratorial hyperdrive, which created the likes of Candace Owens' super schizo theories becoming viral sensations. Which, by the way, I beg of you, if you have fallen down that rabbit hole, just take a minute to actually read things like the Macron court case filed against her for defamation, because it is wacky how much she's just straight up inventing. And the same goes for the Charlie Kirk situation.
And we are definitively getting closer to what took place on that day, and we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting closer. We're getting close. We're getting close. Very close. We're inching ever closer.
People getting fired over shitting on him posthumously was over the line. I thought these guys didn't care about mean words on the internet. Yeah, I don't know.
We are close, and we're getting closer to the truth. We get closer. We are getting close.
But don't worry, guys. She's getting close. We're gonna have the answers, the real answers to Charlie's...
Candace Owens is getting so close, guys. She is right on the fucking edge.
Kill her soon. Seriously. I promise you, you are allowed to think firework funerals are cringe and weird without insinuating Erika Kirk of having been involved in her husband's murder.
Yeah, I think Erika Kirk was being absolutely cringe and acting a little bit weird. I mean, her most recent video where she's dressed like a school shooter while talking about political violence is certainly something. Yeah. Still curious about her absolute proof she'll get in Discovery. Does she think she can ask for a genital exam? I don't know. Does Candace Owens want pictures of Emmanuel Macron's wife snatch? Like, what? I don't know what she wants, you know?
There is a middle ground there. But back to what I was talking about. It wasn't just the conspiracy stuff that came out of all of this. I find that whenever people try to mandate something as holy or sacred that's just human, there's always a backlash of mockery. Like, you saw this with land acknowledgements. There's no drunk driving on stolen land. And as for people feeling forced to mourn Charlie Kirk, guys, we saw the result of that.
To my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
We need to go now. The deep state is scraping our signals. They're eating the babies. No time to explain.
Go where? It's 4 a.m. Nigga, what the fuck?
Antarctica.
What is this place?
Home.
This is like the hollow earth theory or whatever.
We are Charlie Kirk.
I fucking love this. This is amazing.
Regardless of all the mockery and backlash,
That's amazing. That she found that. That's amazing. That's pretty good.
A ton of political capital was gained through the pushing of this seemingly holy mandate that came about post Charlie's death. And the administration, as well as infinite podcasters, are now continually using this language and pressure of who is on God's side, and thus which side is God on.
I don't know why we have to do all of this with TSA. It's because of Muslims. Muslims always mess things up.
Powered by Jesus Christ.
Even Trump's new spiritual advisor has compared Trump to Jesus Christ himself.
And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed.
It's so strange. Look at the look on his face, bro. What is going on here?
And arrested. And falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
Truth is, with how much of the US population identify as Christian and how much charitable donation Christians give, religious signaling is just the way to go if you want money and power, unfortunately.
Is that what I need to do? I need to start religious signaling? I just don't have it in me, man. I just don't. I just don't.
Even, say, justification to start a war? To start bombing countries?
Almighty God, who trains our hands for war and our fingers for battle, you who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, by the blast of your anger let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind.
Now listen.
You know who I have to say has really interesting analysis, by the way, of Tucker Carlson's most recent interview with the New York Times. I found Richard Spencer's analysis of his interview really interesting, actually. Anyways.
Listen, I am no fan of the Ayatollahs, but one of the biggest reasons I am not a fan of them is because they use a religious mandate for political oppression. They strongly believe in Sharia law, and just recently they killed people by the tens of thousands for protesting, hanging teenagers in the street who oppose them, and claiming, would you believe it or not, that it's God's will. So no, a politician just telling me God wills it is not a very convincing argument, given
We don't want theocracy. Well, I certainly don't. I don't know about Lauren, but I certainly don't. And, you know, I just feel like, you know, we like this is Iran is literally a country that has executed hundreds of women for being women and existing, basically.
And they've done this since the dawn of time to justify infinite horrendous behavior. So how do we tell who is actually speaking God's will and who isn't? How do we discern? Well, from a Christian perspective, we've been given some pretty good clues in the Bible, which clearly no one on Twitter actually reads, because if your only exposure to Christianity has been recent online discourse, you might assume the greatest enemies of Christ were OnlyFans girls, Democrats, and children making makeup tutorials on the internet, when in reality, his main conflict was repeatedly with a group called the Pharisees. The Pharisees were a religious movement in first century Judea known for taking religious law extremely seriously.
But that's how we saved the West, by turning it into the Middle East? True. Actually true.
And to be fair to them, they were not cartoon villains. They were often highly disciplined, highly educated, morally serious people trying to preserve religious identity under political pressure. The problem is that, according to gospel accounts, many of them became obsessed with the appearance of righteousness rather than the substance of it. I'm reminded of when Jesus heals a man on the Sabbath.
Yeah, that purity culture, right? Purity spirals. Which somebody made a really interesting point to me the other day, that a lot of the times, you know, you see leftists kind of like religiously adhering to like leftism as a political ideology. And you see that most often from like white leftists who used to be evangelicals or whatever, which is super interesting. But I mean, I have to look into that more. I think that's what they said, if I'm recalling correctly. So.
In the Gospel of Mark, and the Pharisees go, actually, you're not supposed to heal people on the Sabbath. That's against the rules because we're not supposed to do any work on the Sabbath. And Jesus is like, guys, the entire point of the Sabbath is to rest, to become closer to God and cultivate holiness. And helping someone in need is something that draws you closer to God. The point of the Sabbath is not the Sabbath itself. It's a means toward love, justice, and mercy. So basically, half the New Testament is just Jesus correcting these nerds for missing the actual point of everything. They treat religious knowledge as a tool for authority rather than inner transformation. And that is why some of Jesus' harshest language is not aimed at obvious sinners, but at highly respectable religious people who had learned how to weaponize virtue. Which is awkwardly relevant, because once you start noticing that pattern, you start seeing why that conflict still matters now.
Oh boy, she's bringing in the fucking Crusader signalers. Okay, let's see. Let's see what she has to say here.
Okay, I love that song. Sorry. Unfortunately, the modern Pharisees are a lot less interesting, well-read, and respectable than the historical ones. They are largely influencers, partaking in something I've seen referred to as based signaling. It's essentially the right-wing version of virtue signaling. Richard Anania wrote a scathing article last year called The Based Ritual, in which he plays out a fictional but on-the-nose conversation between right-wing political types at a Capitol Hill bar, who are repeatedly trying to one-up each other in how transgressive, cynical, and ideologically provocative they can sound, using increasingly extreme takes as a form of in-group status competition rather than genuine argument or any substantial belief. Now, while it's not a one-to-one comparison to Richard's article, the practice of based signaling is something I understand very well. Why?
She means vice signaling. True. Well, actually, I don't think she means vice signaling. Sending a matter raid here shortly. Oh, thank you for the raid.
Now, knows conversation between of virtue signaling. Richard Anania wrote a scathing article last year called The Based Ritual, in which he plays out a fictional but on-the-nose conversation between right-wing political types at a Capitol Hill bar, who are repeatedly trying to one-up each other in how transgressive, cynical, and ideologically provocative they can sound, using increasingly extreme takes as a form of in-group status competition rather than genuine argument or any substantial belief. Now, while it's not a one-to-one comparison to Richard's article, the practice of based signaling is something I understand very well. Why? Well, of course I know her. She is me. Take a look at Exhibit A here. Look at that sick Deus Vault sweater. Look how...
Ooh, okay. She's doing some self-criticism, all right. The whole point of making the Pharisees so cartoonish was that Christians needed someone to rail against in order to pull converts from both Judaism and the general population. And wouldn't you know, it was the visible Jews. I don't know enough about this to really comment on it. But okay.
Incredibly based I am. Forget about a tiny cross necklace. In fact, forget about going to church at all. Instead, I'm gonna wear a giant sweatshirt with a Jerusalem cross and post it on social media. Do you get it? Because that's what the Crusaders wore, and they had swords and they killed their enemies. And I'm gonna Slav squat because that's a popular meme.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm not down with anti-Semitism, so, but yeah, I don't know much about the Pharisees. So I apologize for not being able to combat anything with that.
At the time, please give me a crumb of internet attention. Give me a crumb of life.
Ooh, okay, at least, oh, she's admitting it. That's rough, Lauren. That's rough, but I mean, good for you.
One thing I can assure you is that God was not considered or involved.
Jesus. Wow. This is fucking rough, dude.
Forget about a tiny cross necklace. In fact, forget about going to church at all. Instead, I'm gonna wear a giant sweatshirt with a Jerusalem cross and post it on social media. Do you get it? Because that's what the Crusaders wore, and they had swords and they killed their enemies. And I'm gonna Slav squat because that's a popular meme at the time. Please give me a crumb of internet attention. Give me a crumb of likes. One thing I can assure you is that God was not considered or involved at any point in the process of making—
I do have to say, I'm so glad that I only entered the online sphere later, like not as young as Lauren did. Like Lauren entered the online sphere when she was like 18 or something, right? Like I can only imagine how cringe I could have been. I can only imagine. I would have been so cringe online. And I'm just glad. I'm just glad I wasn't online for that, or I wasn't a content creator at least, so.
This image. I am signaling to the people in my peer group at the time that I am just so cool. So cool. I mean, look at this. I used to wear this to protests. What is going on here? What in the heresy is happening?
What is that?
Just embarrassing behavior. And don't get me wrong, you know, to this day, I'm not above sitting in bed and liking a based King Baldwin meme. Those epic Save the West edits, it's all very intoxicating.
This is literally what that that Crusader guy posts all the time on Twitter, and he's so cringe. And then he posted the one video of him like actually speaking, and everybody made fun of him because he sounded like he was afraid. Like he sounds like the type of dude who's afraid to order a pizza on the phone. Also, hi Monotypical, how's it going? Yeah, you guys are totally saving the West with your Crusader fucking memes.
I get it. It tickles the dopamine receptors, but the based internet Christian stuff has absolutely nothing to do with the soul or any sort of real spiritual journey. And pretending it does is bad. It's not good. In fact, I think it's the culprit for a good portion of people who seemingly crowdsource their religious beliefs, which then become indistinguishable from their political aims. Like when I see this video that says, "How far right are you?" And then this guy just posts clips of Crusaders and Christians praying, I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? Which Crusades do you support? Do you know anything about them? I'm pretty sure the fourth one sacked Constantinople, a Christian city, looted churches, and killed fellow Christians. Excuse my language, but is everyone just now? Someone could just as easily make a clip with like, how far left are your views? And then based edit of Jesus washing people's feet. I have friends of mine who I know never grew up Christian, who don't attend church, who haven't ever read the Bible, who began putting crosses in their Twitter bios because they joined the political right. It's like a video game badge or something. And I love Crusader Kings, okay, great game, played a lot of it growing up, but holy LARP, what are we doing here? The anti-Catholic Tennessee congressman uses Catholic Crusaders to argue for evangelical Protestant nationalism. I can't even begin to get into the denominational wars in this video, but why are politicians acting like this is Christian Comic-Con? I fear I have helped unleash levels of cringe into the world that I simply cannot undo. I have become cringe, the destroyer of movements. These people want all the clout of Christian signaling without any of the substance, as did I. But at least I was 20 and not an elected official at the peak of my doing this.
It's true.
Based signaling explains a lot. Why you'll see tons of political accounts using biblical references when they're talking about waging war or striking down sinners, who always happen to be political opponents and never themselves, by the way. But you'll never once see them reference like, I don't know, the Beatitudes. Blessed are the meek. Blessed are the merciful, blessed are the peacemakers, because it is politics first and religion as a tool. And when I say tool, I mean quite literally a tool. In fact, in August of last year, Nikita Beer, the head of product at X, tweeted out that the most common bot bio is Christian, father, love my country.
Wow.
So when I'm building up my argument in this video that a lot of people partaking in this based signaling are not Christians, I'm not even just saying they aren't Christians. Some of these posters, in fact, seemingly a majority of them, aren't even people at all. They're literally bots. It all comes full circle back to Captain Bible. We're fighting demon robots out here, and it is 64-year-old Bob who volunteers at the Salvation Army every Saturday getting the bad rap for it. Look at this post. It has 31,000 likes talking about how guys with the bio, husband, follower of Christ, girl dad, are out here tweeting some of the most offensive things you've ever seen. Just absolutely horrific stuff. Not good. But you know what? There are some real faces and names out here who are trying to claim or make it appear as though this is the real Christian tradition.
Okay, here comes the call out. Let's see it. Let's
Some
see it.
who even claim to be pastors, who seem far more interested in the based ritual than the Beatitudes.
Uh-oh. Okay,
Let's take a
let's
quick
see.
look at them.
Ooh, she's calling people out.
Part of why I made this video is that for a long time, I honestly assumed that the nastier corners of online Christian content would stay where they usually live, buried in algorithmic side alleyways, just shouting at each other, mostly invisible to normal people. Then the other day, I saw that one of the people I think represents this modern Pharisaical version of Christianity most clearly had been hosted on the Joe Rogan Experience, which is, for better or worse, probably one of the most influential podcast platforms in the world.
I definitely
And at
wasn't
that point, I kind of
expecting-
thought,
I definitely wasn't expecting Andrew to be on the Joe Rogan podcast, and I don't know that I can watch that. Like,
to myself, all right, you know, I really shouldn't just sit here in my little walled garden pretending that all of this corrects itself eventually, because this stuff is just not staying niche anymore. It's going mainstream
not.
somehow. If you don't know who Andrew Wilson is, he originally operated in the old blood sports Twitch debate world under the name Big Papa Fascist. He has since rebranded, but still runs a show called The Crucible. And in a religious context, that is a wild title to choose. In Christian language, a crucible is a severe trial, a fire that purifies the character. So if you are branding your platform as essentially God's forge for moral purification, you are making an enormous claim. And quite frankly, if you are going to market yourself like that, you should probably represent God well. Which, when it comes to Andrew Wilson, I'll leave that up to you guys to decide.
Me, I'm a Christian. My entire ethical worldview comes and is sealed, right? It's monolithically sealed.
And you know, as I said at the beginning of this video, I don't think I represent Christianity well. But the difference is, I'm not calling myself a crucible for God while coming across like a Pharisee so aggressively on the nose that I think even an atheist screenwriter making satire would be told to tone it down.
But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
They bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here, who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their pussy. And that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring shit to the table. Good. What do you bring to the table besides your vagina? Give me a real example. If you want a man to take care of you for the rest of your life, what do you bring to the table except your vagina and a bunch of baggage?
First of all, I gotta be
what
honest.
does a man bring to the table? If that's the fucking argument, what does a man... He's basically quoting the Bible. True. What does a man bring to the table besides his dick and a bunch of baggage? Like, if we're gonna be real, what percentage of men walk out on their kids and their wife and end up being absentee fathers? What percentage of men end up cheating or being abusive? Like, how many marriages? You know, like, we can play the same game all day. Money is his claim. Well, we live in 2026. Women can make money too. Women can make money too, and we can adopt children, or we can, you know, have surrogacy or whatever, you know, not surrogacy, whatever it's called, sperm donors, you know, like, maybe some people are making the equation in their head too that maybe, you know, it's not worth it. to have men. Who knows? But if that's his argument, those particular girls also tend to say they want to be stay-at-home wives and girlfriends. Yeah, but like, I don't think the OnlyFans girls are saying that they want to be stay-at-home wives and girlfriends. Sex work exists because there are men who watch it. Yeah, that's true. It's true. And, you know, they're OnlyFans women, right? These women who do OnlyFans. But the primary consumers of OnlyFans content are men. Y'all are the ones who are funding it, so, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, with stay-at-home wives it's not like they don't do work. They do. You know, they're managing the house, they're managing the children. And if he wants his wife to be homeschooling too, then she's doing even more work, right? Oh, thank you for the raid, Raging Tomato. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid.
To be honest, I don't know who is still out here listening to this kind of content in the year 2026. I remember that viral meme from years ago, mocking Vice for being so predictably edgy in their content strategy. It seemed like they selected headlines by just getting a dude to throw a dildo at a wall to pick a drug, country, and a minority, and bam, there's their story. These modern manosphere podcasters feel no different. It's the same predictable combination of slop every time.
Thank you so much for the raid.
But it's also kind of hilarious once you see it for what it is.
Are women whores? Big question of the day.
The second you see a cigar and a podcast mic on screen, you know you are about to hear some of the dumbest shit of your life.
How do you make $50,000 a month? You haven't told me anything.
Wake up at 3 a.m.
Okay.
Go to sleep at 7 p.m.
Got it. Now what do you do in between 3 a.m. and 7 p.m.?
Hard work. Eat the spaghetti. Eat the meatballs. Eat the broccoli.
What?
Don't get distracted with candy and ice cream.
Star, I can't tell you how little I care about these people. Just explaining the concept of his dumb podcast. Well, no, I know, but it wasn't even his podcast. He was calling into what's it called? The Whatever podcast. And that podcast only brings on OnlyFans girls to, berate them. Meanwhile, their audience goes and subscribes to those OnlyFans girls. And then Andrew comes on to berate them some more, So, slow night for us. Hope you're doing well, Stardust. I am doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. Guys, go check out the Raging Tomato, okay? She hosts debates and stuff. Something I used to do a long time ago. Damn, I want spaghetti. So, yeah, we're just watching this.
How does that generate income?
But anyways, back to Andrew Wilson. Being predictable manosphere slop, well, annoying, is honestly not my main problem with his content. I think this clip here captures one of my biggest issues.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
I'm not even going to criticize the rage part. That aside, the shocking thing to me is what seems to actually trigger his outburst. Because what visibly bothers Andrew is that someone brings up the fact that his wife had children with 3 different men. And he appears deeply humiliated by that fact. And this is why it's bizarre. Him marrying his wife, despite her past, and taking her children from previous relationships under his wing, within a Christian moral framework, which he claims to subscribe to, should not be a source of shame.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a
In
source
fact,
of...
that is arguably one of the most...
I think it's actually, very noble, very honorable, that he does that. He stepped in to be the father for these children that probably wouldn't have had one otherwise. So I don't understand why he gets so mad and is berating her for, being interested in women occasionally.
Honorable things about his life. A man choosing to love, protect, and provide for children who are not biologically his, even knowing many people will judge him for it, is, in Christian terms, profoundly respectable. The Bible calls endlessly for people to care for the vulnerable, women, and fatherless children, and he had the perfect opportunity there to explain all of this to the...
It's almost like Andrew Wilson has been audience captured by the manosphere, because I feel like if he truly were, and and he seems to, when I was friends with him and Rachel, it seemed like they were very much they tried to stay true to their beliefs or whatever, but it does seem like he's been audience captured by the manosphere, and that is because he's been audience captured by the manosphere. There's nothing more humiliating to the manosphere than being a man who is helping father children that aren't his. And he seems to now be, I don't know if he was in the past, but he certainly is bothered by it now,
lady confronting him. He could have been an incredible witness to her in that moment, but instead he instantly collapsed into insult. And I think the reason is pretty obvious to anyone watching this. Wilson has built a version of Christianity where mercy and redemption no longer feel masculine enough to defend, because the audience he has cultivated does not reward mercy. They reward domination, humiliation, and cruelty.
She's basically saying the same thing, that he is audience captured, and the Christian morals don't really seem to have a place. There's no place for it, I guess, in the space that he's in.
They are more focused on condemning the women on these podcasts for not following the letter of the law than showing the love the laws were made to protect. It's all based signaling and no beatitudes, which means the very values that should be his strongest moral ground become liabilities in front of his own followers. Because to that audience, taking responsibility for a family like his risks being read as weakness, as being a cuck or simping or whatever vocabulary masculinity cosplay happens to be using that week. And I do mean cosplay, because I don't want to slander real masculinity with whatever this online performance art has become. In a now deleted tweet from late last year referencing migrant crime and rape against women, Wilson said, "They voted for it. Help us, men, help us. No." And he's essentially arguing that women overwhelmingly vote liberal, so if anything bad happens to them, it's their fault and we have no duty to defend them. Another account responded, "Women, brother, father, help me. You, nah, you asked for it. Get raped. You really are a piece of shit." To which Andrew responds, "You heard me, bitch. Reap as you sow." And I don't think I have ever seen a message portrayed that is more quintessentially anti-Christian in my life. The whole concept of the faith, the whole point of it.
I really like this. This is a really good call out. This is a really, really good call out from Lauren.
Is that Christ died on the cross, so thankfully, Andrew, you and I have the potential to not reap what we sow. And in exchange, he asks that we try just a little bit, just a bit, to be like him, and have some humility in the process. Instead, what we see here is Andrew Wilson loudly advocating the exact opposite of this message while claiming to be a crucible that purifies the faith. And in doing so, seemingly reaps what he's sown and having to be ashamed of his family. And Andrew isn't the only one trying to cultivate this sort of based signaling Christian audience with a public profile. There's a whole sort of community online of these people who have ridden the coattails of the manosphere.
Dude, is she gonna bring up the guy with the fucking pipe? You guys know the guy with the pipe? He wears like a tan sports jacket and he has the most performative pipe and he packs his tobacco in the most performative way possible while watching, women talk about things, and then he'll be like, a Christly way is to do this, to do that, and it's just like very, very fucking stupid. You guys know what I'm talking about? And he's got to be like 20. He's got to be like 20, and he dresses like he's from the 1940s, and he just packs his pipe, his little wooden pipe with his tobacco.
World in becoming eternal course-selling podcasters, but use God as their main branding. I first came across alleged pastor Joel Webbin because one of his based signaling tweets that went semi-viral. "Young men are waking up. Women will learn to have a quiet and gentle spirit, or they will learn to be alone. Deus vult."
Well, you know what? Maybe I will be alone. Fuck.
It's so cringe. You simply cannot tell me that this tweet, young women are waking up, men will learn to stop being incels, or they will learn to be alone, do better, is not exactly the same as what Joel Webben tweeted. It's just gender war gobbledygook with virtue or based signaling at the end. Do better. Men are trash. Educate yourself. Deus Vult. It's the same little end tagline to tell your audience, I'm morally superior. In the progressive field, you look at something like educate yourself, and it's this moral signaling of higher intelligence. With Webben, I'd argue it's almost worse, because it's my gender war slop posting for clicks is ordained by God. Deus Vult. This is a common behavior for Webben, though, who was, for whatever reason, attending CPAC a few weeks ago, in which he...
Yeah, damn, and Raging Tomato actually has her own problems with Andrew Wilson, huh? So this must be a really interesting thing for you to watch. I do have to say, like, again, I don't agree with a lot of what Lauren, I'm pretty sure we still are pretty opposed, ideologically at least, or not ideologically, but like politically, maybe not values-based. Values-based, I'm sure we would align a lot, actually, on values. But politically, we probably are very opposed. And I would say, still, this is like an incredible video by her, you know? Ha ha ha, problems. I do have to say that that whole episode from Andrew was it was just incredible. It was just wild. So
tweeted, my biggest takeaway from CPAC, the youth are ours. We were recognized everywhere. Staffers, media, college group presidents, influencers, and political candidates. Everyone who loved us was under 40 and completely aligned on the big issues. The next generation won't support Israel. They are done with egalitarianism. They are not race blind. Even women we talked to agreed women probably shouldn't vote. Time's up. And Joel, I just have one question.
Why? Why are we going back to repeal the 19th bullshit?
Question for you. Just one question. Why are none of your big issues Jesus? It's already weird that a pastor is attending CPAC as a political activist, but to go there and say your big issue is to be done with women voting, this is the right-wing version of defund the police. The police are not going anywhere unless the state collapses. You guys are all LARPing.
Now it's time for the final battle. Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile!
Ending women voting is just another plot line of the culture war cinematic universe. And it is kind of cute when Zoomers are running around dressed up like Marvel characters pretending to blast laser beams at each other. But when pastors in their 40s and 50s are doing it, what are we even doing here, man? Forgive me for saying something that may be a little controversial, but whether it be politicians or pastors, my hope is...
Here's the thing, restructuring the 19th, that it'll never be done in a way that is proper. The way that people do, like the way that lawmakers work in this country, when they take something away, they rarely replace it. So I am not down with it. I'm not down with restructuring the 19th. Maybe build upon it if you really want to, but fuck that, you know? So, and really, if we... Like, we could play this game all day. Like, if we had an IQ test for who can vote, how much do you want to bet that liberals would win every fucking election if it was just based on IQ alone? These, you know, we don't build our society off this way. We don't build society based off of IQ. We don't build society based off of one person gets to vote and one person doesn't. We don't do that. Even if we think that there's some, you know, maybe there's some validity to like maybe to some sort of argument. We don't do that. That's not how society works. That's not how democracy works. We don't work that way. We don't value people based on their IQ, or we don't value people based on their race or their gender. We value them for being human beings, you know? So I don't think society should be structured that way.
Is that they are better people than me. And yes, I do think they should be held to a higher standard than the average person if you are claiming to be a leader for God. But I'm not sure. I don't think these people are really looking to court a Christian community at all. In fact, when I went down the Joel Webbin rabbit hole, it led me all the way to a place where I learned from Webbin himself that apparently Christians are actually just fake and gay.
What do you see as the greatest
Wow.
threat to Christian nationalism as it's trying to make its roots?
Christians.
How so?
Christians are gay. Fake and gay, to be more precise.
Webbin tried to defend this by
I mean, we built it that way in the beginning. Yeah, but we don't. Our society is better now. We have a better country. We have like the highest quality of life we've ever had. We have dips and highs, but like for the most part, overall, we have the highest quality of life. We have the least amount of crime than we've ever had. We've got like it's safer than ever to live, and we live in a society that allows everybody to vote. And I don't see a reason for us to take that away. We've come to the place that we are now with the things that and we can only progress, so.
saying fake equals hypocrite, gay equals effeminate. Yes, the church is plagued by religious hypocrites, fake, and cowardly, effeminate, gay men. But why did you say it that way? Because I knew it would offend, and the offense ensures that my point wasn't missed. A very astute poster noted, Webbin, that's not how it works. Prioritizing causing offense over being clear does the exact opposite of making...
Actually, I don't trust if we take away voting rights for half the population for women. Again, who are the ones who overwhelmingly walk out on their families and are absentee parents and overwhelmingly like are the abusers in relationships, right? Or at least, are the abusers that lead to death, like if we're really leaving voting up to only half of the population, who's to say that we'll get anything that is beneficial for families in the future? Why would we? If we have people talk about like the crisis of like birthing, like half of that belongs to men. Half of women growing old and not having kids. It's not like a lot of women don't want to. They do, but then they get strung along by men who don't want to have kids, who don't want to settle down. It's like it's a two-part thing. It's not just women, it's men too. And taking the entire voting rights away out of from an entire population is not okay to me, But the way they've gutted the Voting Rights Act, a lot of people are at risk of not being able to vote. Yeah, I mean, that's not good. I think people need to be able to, you live in a democracy. This is how democracy works. You have not only a right, you have a duty to vote.
I'm sure people don't miss your point. To be fair, it took me a long time to learn that one myself, but I got there eventually. This clip was part of a documentary on Christian nationalism Webbin was working on. And apparently, after getting some, how do you put it, pushback on this clip, they deleted the entire trailer it was a part of, to which Twitter user Will Spencer criticized this move as being damage control. His statement would have been far more powerful.
Not to say that women don't have their issues, and there are tons of women who don't want to have families anymore. There are. But it's the whole like dip in people having children is not up to one gender. It is a two-part process, right? It is, people, men and women are choosing to have children later or choosing to not have them at all.
If he had simply said, Christians are hypocritical and effeminate, but hypocritical and effeminate are concrete words that imply an objective standard, one that he himself could be held to. By contrast, fake and gay are insults, which is why Joel wasn't making helpful observations about ways Christians could change and grow in manliness and integrity. He was insulting them from an assumed position of superiority. And I think this is a solid analysis, but I sort of disagree with the idea that the post was deleted because Webbin was afraid of having an objective standard he could be held to. I actually think that's giving him way too much credit. I think it was deleted because people didn't like it. And the point of base signaling is to get updates. Give me positive attention and accolades. Fake and gay is a based signaling term like Deus Vult. You say this to get your right-wing friends riled up, to get the people going. And you know, the funniest part about it all to me is I know part of the reason that the online religious sphere, especially in based signaling circles, would call or criticize modern evangelicals and Protestants as being fake and gay is because they've let go of a lot of liturgical traditions in favor of modern things. If you've ever seen accounts like Pastors with Props on Reels or Woke Protestant Nonsense on X, it's just making fun of pastors for basically turning their churches into an NSYNC concert, getting overtly progressively political, or mocking youth pastors for including Zoomer memes like 6-7 in their sermon.
It says in verse 10, you will know that the living God is among us.
But how is Webben any different from this? How? A grown pastor using fake and gay in their vocabulary is the same cringe to me as using 6-7 or Among Us, only at least the pastor using the Among Us meme he's not trying to insult people for clicks. He's still keeping that intrinsic message of loving everyone intact while being a bit cringe. And I'm not sure that Webben has fully integrated the idea that even right-wing people who use this vocabulary, they're pretty uncomfortable with the idea of their pastors partaking in the based ritual.
Yeah.
It gives a bit of a hello fellow kids vibe. But more importantly, I don't think spiritual leaders should be trying to become characters fighting for a team in the culture war cinematic universe, as it is perhaps one of the most vulgar places to exist in the world. In fact, I quite literally and metaphorically think it may be hell. Yeah, hell.
Wow, interesting.
Who among us has not been eaten by the beasts we once fed? I know I have, and while I mention Andrew Wilson avoiding talking about his wife's history to keep the beasts at bay, the truth is, even if he were a far humbler man, I understand why someone might hesitate. And not just because of bots or religious-based signalers looking for sinners to publicly stone, but because the online environment itself has become hostile to anything human. It has zero interest in forgiving perceived failure or, God forbid, cringe. All you have to do is look at the recent viral discourse on X.
Cringe is like the deadliest sin, by the way. If you're cringe at all, like, you're done for, you know?
Around a man discussing his wife's promiscuous past. On March 23rd, Andrew Sheets posted a photo of himself and his wife and wrote that she had once lived promiscuously while he had been a virgin, and that she later became radically born again, committed deeply to church life, prayer, repentance, and then after 5 years of being together, she had become an excellent wife. Now, I honestly can't tell you if this is rage bait or a PR stunt, given the guy owns a Christian online marketing firm. We help Sound Christian Ministries grow their social media by 50% in 3 months. 35.5 million views and trended for like 5 days, so I guess, man, I guess it works.
It works.
Even if we give the ultimate charity here and assume this was done in the most sincere way possible, though, I probably wouldn't advise posting this sort of information to X.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Why?
either.
Because X is hell.
And
One
the
of my
world is
favorite books of all
insanely-
time
okay.
is
The world is insanely misogynistic, and no matter what, I don't see this changing anytime soon. I feel like America is getting more misogynistic. Maybe it's part of the online culture. And it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse, I feel.
The Great Divorce by C.S. Lewis, where hell is imagined as a place called Greytown. And Greytown is brilliant because nobody there quite admits they're in hell or really knows it. Everyone still thinks they're just temporarily inconvenienced in some kind of holding place purgatory. They can conjure houses, possessions, whatever they want at any point, but everything there is thin, joyless, and unsatisfying. And every conversation in Greytown is grievance-driven, self-justification, and moral posturing. Also, technically, people can leave Greytown at any moment. There is a bus to heaven there, but no one acknowledges the bus goes to heaven, and they don't fully understand where it goes, and most people are just too prideful to leave. They're like, no, I chose the right place to be, and it's here. And those who do get on the bus, When they finally get to heaven, they find the reality and solidity of it far too sharp. Like the grass feels like razor blades under their feet, the light's way too bright, everything is too demanding and too real. And the whole point is that before they can exist comfortably in heaven, they have to become more substantial themselves. They have to grow in depth and density of soul, which is why it feels like such a perfect metaphor for X. Because reality is hard. And X offers a permanent alternative, a place where you can avoid the difficulty.
I think this is a really interesting metaphor from her. Yeah, reality is hard, and X is full of people lying about reality or distorting the truth. And even when they're confronted with contrary evidence or they're confronted with actual reality, they view it in such a cynical way, or they refuse to believe it, or they go through like all the stages of denial, basically.
But work of becoming or doing anything substantial by endlessly performing the appearance of significance. You can moral posture all day, hit like and repost, call that activism, edit your photos instead of going to the gym, manufacture identities, block strangers, start arguments, win arguments, lose arguments, announce victories that no one's going to remember 12 hours later, all without ever logging off long enough to confront the stubborn difficulty of changing anything real. So on X, we all just wander Greytown, calling each other names all day. And for reasons known only to God and apparently engagement metrics, Andrew Sheets decided to walk into Greytown Town Square, grab a loudspeaker, and announce his wife's sexual history to a starving mob. Naturally, they began throwing tomatoes. And as someone who has been on the receiving end of my life becoming public theater countless times, often due to my own stupidity, I've just learned that enduring some degree of mockery is part of logging on. What you gonna do? But because this video is specifically about performative Christianity, what interested me most is that Sheets' post kind of became almost a perfect theological stress test, and a remarkable number of self-described Christians failed it like instantly. Because here's the thing, whether you find his post cringe or not, the theology is technically solid. You can criticize it for being self-aggrandizing, posted with the wrong intentions, etc., etc. But if you don't like the idea that...
Hi, Alex. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing well. We're just listening to Lauren Southern's kind of like evaluation of this performative Christianity on X and online, basically. I think it's super interesting. I think she's made a ton of really great points, actually, in this.
Someone who was sexually promiscuous.
And this is, again, I say this as somebody who, politically, I'm pretty much opposed to her on everything, but I think she's on point with this stuff, with what she's talking about.
Or someone who is even a hooker or a criminal or a murderer could be spiritually redeemed. Christianity is not the religion for you. Christianity is radically offensive precisely because it keeps insisting that grace interrupts human ranking systems. Pride must die, ego must die, all that. So Christianity insists that your instinct to rank yourself morally above someone else is often the very thing putting you spiritually in danger, which... After a month here of delving into Christian Twitter X, my entire feed is now essentially just this. The religious community repeatedly trying to place themselves above one another. I mean, you could even say Sheets' own post where he describes his wife as more pure than most virgins. Is that to glorify God, or is that to tear down other women? I don't know. But I do know bitter battles all day about whether Mary is an eternal virgin, debunking the Pope, saying all Catholics or all Protestants are going to hell, saying Sheets' wife is a whore. It's kind of giving hell. It's kind of giving hell vibes. To quote one guy responding to Sheets' post,
again, I don't know anything about Christianity, but I can't say that I know the first thing about it. But yeah, it definitely reads incredibly performative, and these people are not exercising anything that seems like devout or divine kind of like values or anything like that, right? Like it's just about degrading other people, demeaning other people, and being horrible to them.
There was my only interaction with Christianity.
But you know what? I see the same thing on the far left. I see the same thing. They don't do anything. It's just performative. It's just performative nonsense. On the far left, like they do the same thing where it's like they don't embody anything about like understanding or growth or anything. Like they don't embody any of these values they claim to hold, and it's like it's all about being horrible to who you are justified to be horrible to. It's a mirror. It really is a mirror of this.
I would be an atheist. And I actually love the interaction he had with another guy right after this. Have you considered that maybe this place is actually satanic? Sure do have a lot of posts on here. Probably can't quit, huh? You have 5.3 thousand and you joined in January. Shut the Bro, I need help too, dude. Fair enough. Ironically, that bro, I need help too, dude, is the closest thing you're going to find to online Christianity. And you know what? I believe in you too. You can do it. You can escape, guys. You got this. Seriously, the saddest part of all this X discourse, though, is that almost everyone involved actually has a human story worth hearing. But the second it gets pushed through the public performance machine, everything becomes flat. Because the way Sheet's original post reads is basically, my wife partied, converted, and now she's morally superior to half of you virgins. Which understandably lands like, look at all you losers abstaining for nothing, while others got to speedrun chaos and emerge spiritually elite. But that's not the story at all. In reality, Sheets' wife's testimony is really quite tragic and nuanced. His wife grew up without a father, was exposed to porn at 11, drifted into drugs, sex, and new age circles as a young teen, and was later groomed, controlled, and abused by a 50-year-old cult leader. She became suicidal, overdosed multiple times, and nearly died before eventually turning her life around at 18. But none of this depth survives the format of virality, because once it hits X, it just immediately becomes symbolic ammunition where people read it as, men, you must forgive and marry the OnlyFans girl while staying pure yourself, or you're a bad Christian, which is obviously ridiculous. Just the mere image of the equally deranged manosphere fantasy where men are encouraged to sleep with everyone and then retire into moral purity by marrying the tattoo-free virgin. Most people are probably best suited to partners whose histories, values, and wounds make sense to them personally. But, you know, that's just a boring conversation. It's bland. No one wants to listen to that. All of this, I think, could be sorted out in like a 5-minute adult conversation between someone like Sheets and someone criticizing him, but none of that is going to draw attention or clicks. You know what does? You know what does draw attention and clicks? Sex. Loud, exaggerated, inflammatory conversations about sex. Because sex drives engagement online. Partly because outrage sells, and partly because people are obviously a little obsessed with it. Half the internet is porn, and the other half is arguing about porn-adjacent things while pretending that's somehow spiritually elevated. It's been noted, quite accurately in my opinion, by many ex-evangelicals that sexual sin often gets treated as uniquely scandalous in a lot of Christian spaces, but Scripture warns just as strongly about pride, self-righteousness, hardness of heart, and contempt for others. But we all know pride and hardness of heart are not going to generate 30 million views. So once again, this is just another way that Christian discourse becomes horrendously disordered in the era of the internet. Because once you introduce engagement or marketing, it's gonna be the most exciting sins that will always be the most discussed, even if they're not necessarily the most spiritually destructive or widespread. In fact, the idea itself of a ranking system for sins, or even consequences like burning in hellfire with pitchforks for eternity, blah, 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 all this stuff that gets thrown around online. None of those things are necessarily biblical. They are allegories that aren't even from the Bible. A lot of Christian imagery, in fact, and popular ideas have just been pulled from imaginative literature like Milton's Paradise Lost or Dante's Divine Comedy. And even if we look at something like the Divine Comedy, Dante places the lustful, those who have been involved in sexual sin, relatively high in the Inferno, while sins tied to pride, fraud, betrayal, and cold-hearted spiritual corruption descend.
I believe betrayal is like the deepest one, right? Betrayal, yeah, betrayal was like the deepest
and much deeper
layer of
so
hell.
Essentially, the based signalers using Christianity for internet points and telling everyone they're gonna burn in hellfire, they are placed much lower in Dante's vision of hell that they are referencing than people who have a bit of a slutty past. So the Christian question is not who has the cleaner resume, It is who has repented, who is humble, and who understands their need for grace. And this is exactly why the Gospel of Luke gives us the prodigal son. The scandal of that story is not the reckless son returning, it's the older brother being just furious that grace is being given so freely, because he did everything right, and still cannot tolerate mercy being extended to someone who failed publicly. That is the deeper flaw Christ points at, not simply sin, but resentment towards forgiveness itself. And that remains one of Christianity's most offensive ideas to proud people, that grace often feels profoundly unfair. And we saw that in some of the responses to Sheets. However, I think one thing I sympathize with that puts skepticism into hyperdrive in the online age is the fact that online, it's usually not just grace alone being given, but attention, applause, new audiences, speaking opportunities, money, and influence, which changes the conversation entirely. Because now the question—
Okay, so being performative with your Christianity and being, you know, performatively cruel as well with it, it gives you more money than actually being and embodying the, I guess, principles of Christianity is what is happening here.
Is not simply whether someone is—
And so who's the real betrayer, right? If you're betraying your Christian values for money, oh shit, she's coming to a fucking conclusion for sure. She's already done the work. She's laid it out. Betrayal. They're the ones who, you know, pride. They're the ones who are the deepest pits of hell in Dante's Inferno. The ones who lust is relatively high. Now people are doing the people are you know, what did she say? Some people are monetarily incentivized to, you know, do this performative Christianity that isn't real Christianity. Is she gonna call them the traitors to Christianity? Is this gonna be you are the closest to hell? Ooh shit. I'd love to see that. I'm just doing some like I haven't watched this yet, but or I haven't watched any of this yet, but I'm just doing some— I'm guessing, all right? I'm just guessing.
That is the deeper flaw Christ points at, not simply sin, but resentment towards forgiveness itself. And that—
Ooh, resentment towards forgiveness. Like Andrew had resentment towards himself for being a father to children who weren't his, when he should have been proud of that. Or he should have, you know, maybe instead expressed grace in that moment, you know? I don't know.
That remains one of Christianity's most offensive ideas to proud people, that grace often feels profoundly unfair. And we saw that in some of the—
That is true. Yeah, people find— that is true. There's so many Christians I've seen, performative Christians online, that are offended by grace, are offended by, you know, find that it's unfair. Yeah, but that's the world. The world is unfair.
Responses to Sheets. However, I think one thing I sympathize with that puts skepticism into hyperdrive in the online age is the fact that online, it's usually not just grace alone being given, but attention, applause, new audiences, speaking opportunities, money, and influence, which changes the conversation entirely. Because now the question is not simply whether someone is being forgiven, it's whether redemption itself has become a product, which is where the story of the prodigal son can be abused. And that brings us to performative redemption.
Ooh, oh shit, she's gonna call out fucking Russell Brand. And don't forget, Andrew Tate. I know she's not gonna call out Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate is one of these motherfuckers who, you know, he's a Muslim, but, you know, people are saying, you know, I've seen like Muhammad Hijab's, you know, go harder at feminists, Muslim feminists and Muslim gay people than he's ever gone towards a literal pimp and sex trafficker. I love this. Oh, she's gonna go in on Russell Brand. Let's go. We're here for it, chat. We're here.
When I wrote my book that I published last summer, I talked openly about a lot of failures in my own life. Messy relationships, drugs, clout chasing, all of it. But I also wrote about some of the healthier things that came after that. How I built routines, how I stepped back from the internet, how I think my relationship with God became more honest and less theatrical. But I was very careful not to frame it as some grand redemption arc, because I'm writing a memoir at 30. You could catch me in 2 years doing crack and espionage for China. I have no idea. I know myself well enough, though, to know human beings do not arrive in one clean final form and then remain there forever.
I do still want to read her book. I do still want to read her book. Maybe I should at one point and do a review of it or something. I think that would be a good idea. Doing a review of Lauren Southern's book. Has anybody done a review of her book yet? Has anybody on like Book Talk done anything? I don't know. Or any YouTubers, have they done any reviews of her book? I'd be interested.
Even if what I'm saying now is true, that doesn't mean I am permanently finished becoming a disaster. I can promise you that. And that mattered to me, which is why I got super triggered.
She's so beautiful. It's just unbelievable how beautiful she is. It really is. She's just incredibly beautiful.
When I saw one of the, albeit few, negative reviews of my book that called it performative redemption slop. The basic criticism was this, that it resembled a familiar evangelical genre, the dramatic testimony arc. I was lost, I was sinful, I was reckless, now I'm found, now I understand, now buy my book. And I understood exactly what this critic meant, even if I don't think that's fully what I wrote, because I felt that temptation, the temptation to say, I'm good now. Those mistakes belong to the old me, and I have emerged from the fire carrying wisdom for the masses. It is so seductive to do that because it gives your life a narrative shape. It lets you become coherent and turns all of the regrets you've ever had into new branding. And if I'm honest, I mean, maybe like the viewer suggested, I did lean toward that shape in parts of my book without fully realizing it, caveats and all, because maybe even while warning against redemption narratives, part of me still wants one or wanted one. That's just what human beings are naturally drawn toward. We're all drawn toward the most flattering version of our own story. You know, the one where we...
So I think finding yourself doesn't have to be like a necessarily a redemption thing, right? Does it? Finding yourself, and it doesn't even have to be like a godly thing either. I feel like there's definitely like I don't have I don't have this what's it called? Is penchant the right word? I don't have this need. Yeah, I don't have a penchant for like, God or religiousness or anything like that. I just try to live the best life that I can. But I will say, like, I mean, I guess if she is somebody who grew up with that, that makes sense that it would be a part of her memoir, right? Is it really redemption to find yourself and, like, to find a truer person in yourself? Is it really redemption to, like, confess like the times where you didn't know who you were and all of that? I don't know that it really is, but I think it's just like the realizations that you've come to. What does redemption even mean,
Are the protagonist, and we eventually emerge narratively justified. I want a cinematic tale. You want one. Everyone wants that. We want our lives to make sense. I think of T.S. Eliot's Murder in the Cathedral, where Archbishop...
It's implying redemption is the act of saving, freeing, or regaining something, often through a cost or effort. It implies recovery or atoning for faults. Common usage includes religious salvation, deliverance from sin. Finding yourself is not necessarily deliverance from sin, though. Maybe personal improvement, sure. I don't know. Atoning for faults. Is finding yourself atoning for a fault, or is it just finding yourself, right? Redemption requires effort to undo the harms you've caused. I would say that that's something that I think about when I think of redemption. Finding yourself is not necessarily redemption. I think finding yourself is just finding yourself. But I don't know. I don't know.
Thomas Becket knows he's going to be killed for opposing the political order of his time, and he's doing something that is good, like objectively a moral thing to do. But even he has to sit there and confront whether he is just acting on principle or whether a part of him is thinking more about the glory of martyrdom. Like, I want a cool story. I want people to think I'm the good guy. It's not just about doing the good thing. Because that's just how obsessed we are with a good story. In ways where even the deepest of virtues we can pursue become vanity. You can do the right thing for reasons that are completely crooked. We get so attached to things like our own suffering because all of this makes us feel narratively important. And once again, I feel myself doing this in real time. I have to be so careful about not letting my mind rewrite reality into something cleaner than it is, because performance for someone like me who grew up online, it's not just an occasional temptation, it is my baseline programming. And I have watched both myself and people that I know sink so deeply into that programming of always putting on a performance for the audience that eventually there's almost nothing underneath it. No stable self or core values, just total audience capture. Just looking to the next role or reinvention, the next identity that
And that's rough, you know, most people. So the thing about let me just
nothing underneath it. Letting my mind rewrite reality into something cleaner than it is.
Performance.
Because performance for someone like me who grew up online, it's not just an occasional temptation, it is my baseline programming. And I have watched both myself and people that I know sink so deeply into that programming of always putting on a performance for the audience that eventually there's almost nothing underneath.
It's not just performance, it's performance and then you get the reinforcement from the audience, right? And most people, most humans are not very good at going against the grain. If they can, if you're like, if your second nature or whatever, it's in your, it's like, it's become second nature to you to perform, which for a lot of people it has, especially if you're in content creation. And then on top of that, you're a human being who is very susceptible to social reinforcement, which most people are, and they don't like to admit that they are. Yeah, the space can be very tough for you. And I can see why so many people lose their values and are unable to really maintain who they are as their audience grows and changes. I see some people who can do it. And I think I fall into the category of somebody who could do it. I think Lonerbox is a great example of somebody who is sacrificed his audience just for his own values multiple times. But yeah, it's not hard when not hard. It's not easy when you have both the pairing of performance and social reinforcement. Most humans are social creatures who rely on social reinforcement, and you will see content creators change significantly. I've seen quite a few of them do it. Change significantly when they're getting social reinforcement from their audiences, or they're getting a new audience. It's really, really bumping them, you know, and really making them feel good and like they're doing the right thing. People are willing to sacrifice their values.
No stable self or core values, just total audience capture.
Yeah.
Just looking to the next role or reinvention, the next identity that preserves attention. That is the entire culture of the internet right now. I mean, look at someone like Clavicular. They're constantly having to do the next big, exciting thing, constantly having to manufacture a new kind of drama to stay in the public eye. It's part of the reason that I've taken so much time off the internet to try to build a self outside of the different online projections and identities I've had. And yet still, as I work on this video, I spend hours thinking about how I'm going to be perceived. I can't get rid of that.
But it being a woman on the internet, you'll never be perceived like the way that you want to.
So I'm just increasingly trying to acknowledge that there's always an aspect of performance, and there always will be. I think
a hugely important and like something relatively recent that I've been doing, like just the act of like writing down who you are, like writing down your values, what you value, who you are, like what you believe in, like and then even going on and you know, like what's it called? Iterating upon that? Is that the right word? Am I using the right word? Iterating upon that, like, is hugely helpful. Like, again, I'm not somebody who grew up on the internet the same way that Lauren Southern did. I certainly did not. I didn't have any of the fame, and I probably never will have any of the fame that she had. But, or any of the attention that she had, right? Like, but I will say, like, Yeah, even for small creators, I think it's hard. I've seen very small creators change who they are and change their values and change the way they behave and the things that they do and become mean or become performative in really nasty ways because of social pressure. And yeah, I feel like I'm very lucky, but also I'm like deeply bad at being a content creator because of that. But I'm very lucky that that I feel like I've generally avoided that. But with the exception, you know, like people learn new things and change over time. But I feel like, I don't know, like writing has definitely become something that you know, you learn who you are. You practice thinking and you learn who you are, I think, for you know, through that process. But
I think the biggest danger begins when we pretend otherwise, because the moment we deny the performance that we are putting on,
yeah, you can't deny that there's a performative part and that there is a social pressure part of this. And I know so many people who would deny that. And they're some of the worst offenders, right?
we become vulnerable to other people's performances too.
So they're some of the worst offenders of the whole like changing for their audience. I have seen so many people fall into that trap. Yeah, I mean, it just, you know, and I can't even blame them. Like it like it's human nature to want to be accepted, to want to get that social reinforcement. But yeah, you know, at least then you have to acknowledge that, okay, people need to be able to sit with themselves and be like, okay, maybe I have changed, you know?
And we stop seeing reality. Take a look at someone like Milo Yiannopoulos. A few years ago, Milo announced he was ex-gay, began appearing in overtly religious spaces, selling statues of Mary, talking publicly about opening gay conversion centers, and presenting himself as if he had entered a dramatic new spiritual chapter. And I say this without any moral outrage, just observationally. Anyone with even a modest amount of worldly wisdom could tell Milo was still being Milo. Because Milo has always been, above all else, a profoundly performative person.
Yeah, absolutely. And Milo was dropping dirt on people back in the day when he was like becoming when Milo really was you know, rising up through the alt-right or whatever, he was dropping dirt on people back then, and he's still doing the same dropping dirt on people today, and he has done it over the years again and again and again. He's got hard drives of dirt on people, and he just loves to fuel fights between people. And you know, yeah, he's performative. He performs being, you know, incredibly flamboyant back in the earlier years, being edgy. Now he's edgy, but he's not flamboyant as much, but he's now like a you know, religious guy, but he's still dropping dirt. He's still being a snake. He's still a snake in the grass.
Understands attention almost instinctively. And everyone I knew who has worked...
I wish I had that. I wish I had that instinct to understand what brings attention. I wish I had the instinct for even like, I just feel like I've always felt like I'm maybe just a little bit too mentally sane to be successful as a content creator, you know? So
in politics saw right through this immediately, because they understand that public identity is often half conviction, half production, and sometimes less than half conviction. And sure enough, recently he announced essentially that he is in fact still gay. Or ex-gay, which felt less like shocking.
Okay, but his husband still lives with him, or he did at least, so I don't know.
Breaking news, and more like somebody confirming that the sky still remains operationally blue. And yet somehow I still saw overtly religious accounts reacting as though they had witnessed a metaphysical betrayal. So it was all a lie? As if Milo had just shattered a long-standing reputation for quiet interior sincerity. And I think part of why this shock happens is that when religion is absorbed primarily through internet culture, you inherit largely the language without any of the depth. Like, if you take a look at this guy's account, it's almost...
To be fair, it's very easy to garner attention when you have no shame. I think also I'm maybe just like not, I don't know.
Almost entirely Follow me if you think everything is gay now. Follow me if you don't like Somalis. Follow if you like Christian memes, coomers, trannies, my girlfriend has balls. Follow me. When your religious views are based signaling and follows, it's no surprise you fall for people who are also just based signaling for follows. There's no there. It's all surface level social group signaling for clout. Although honestly, with Milo, I don't even know at this point if it's in-group signaling so much as it's just getting paid to say this stuff or click farming, because what even is this? It's Catholics and Muslims.
I mean, I wonder how much of it is. I know Milo Ghost wrote Marjorie Taylor Greene's book. I wonder how much his identity grifts have anything to do with like who he maybe has a writing gig with or whatever, right? Because he can't just be making money off of being inflammatory online. We know that like this dude probably he has to have another gig, right? And I know probably the Marjorie Taylor Greene writing gig was a good gig, and he's probably ghostwriting for other people still. And yeah, I just wonder how much of his current performance is tied to whatever writing deal he has behind the scenes, you know?
Versus Protestants and Jews. Be on the right side of the line when the curtain comes down. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I don't know, guys.
Dude, she looks so good in a turtleneck. I wish I could pull off a turtleneck like that. Like that, it's just incredible. Just incredible. I wish I could. You know, it's so weird learning your color season. You know, learning your color season is such a fucking trip. We'll talk about that later.
Now, the other side of this, why people fall for public redemption stories, I think often comes from a much more sincere place. Because a lot of genuinely faithful Christians project their own moral instincts onto public figures. They think, you know, I wouldn't lie about God, so why would he? And because of that, they often don't have a strong theory of mind for just how performative media personalities can become after years of living in front of cameras. And on top of that, Christians are understandably hopeful. They want to believe that someone has changed. They want to see public affirmation of faith, which is why the sudden public conversion of someone like Russell Brand lands so powerfully. For most of his public life, Brand was associated
I hate Russell Brand. I hate him so much.
With a very different moral and intellectual posture. Atheism, libertine sexuality, progressive politics, new age language, whatever the mood and the era required. Then, after public collapse, sexual assault allegations, and criminal charges in the UK, he suddenly has this highly visible Christian turn. Now, the charitable interpretation of this is very emotionally satisfying, sinner to redeemed. Whereas skeptics might think, you know, that's a very convenient time to be converting there, buddy. Very convenient. And again, you know, timing proves nothing alone. But timing does explain why people ask questions, especially when that turn he had is immediately made extremely public. It wasn't like a quiet church attendance that leaked to the internet or years of private discipleship or even disappearing for a while to learn under a spiritual authority or something. It was an immediate public baptism by Bear Grylls. Speaking tour, podcasts,
Very
and then
strange.
almost the beginning of his own ministry
Why
overnight.
Bear Grylls?
Including filming himself
Isn't Bear Grylls the guy who drank his own piss? Why is his public conversion done by Bear Grylls? If Bear Grylls is like, I'm gonna baptize you, I'd be like, aren't you the guy who drank his own piss? like, why do I want you to baptize me? I don't want you to baptize me. You drink your own piss, dude. I don't know. Maybe, isn't he? I'm pretty sure he's the guy. Somebody Google it, okay? Somebody Google it. Her timeline is actually off. His conversion was before things came out, but you knew something bad was coming when he did it. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure he got hints of things happening. Excuse me. Somebody please Google it, because I don't want to be the one typing in, isn't Bear Grylls the guy who drank his own pee, okay? Somebody else Google it for me. I'm pretty sure he is, and I don't know why Russell Brand, if you're trying to, like, not be a degenerate and, like, clean up your act and, like, present a new Christian redemption arc or whatever, why would you choose Bear Grylls, the guy who drank his own pee, to, like, be your redeemer or whatever? I don't know. but only to survive the deadly situations he put himself in for TV. He's one of those reality weirdos. So he did it, but only to survive the deadly situations he put himself in for TV. So it's performative piss drinking then. He drank his own piss performatively, and now he's helping baptize a guy performatively. Wait, why? Why did Russell Brand just choose? Well, I'm going to have to tweet about this. Why? Who better to baptize you? No, he did a few times. Why did Russell Brand choose Bear Grylls, the guy who drank his own urine multiple times on TV? We don't know how many times off to baptize him into Christianity. Why? What the fuck? What? Why? Why did Russell Brand choose Bear Grylls, the guy who drank his own urine multiple times on TV, we don't know how many times off, to baptize him into Christianity? Hello? Hello? Golden baptism. Dude. Oh my god, if I apply to any jobs and they see my fucking Twitter, oh my god, I'm so done for. Golden baptism?
Baptizing people at a zoo in front of penguins.
At a zoo? At a zoo? Oh my god, I should have pressed play on this before tweeting.
Can we be so for real right now? Like, it's not that baptism hasn't been public theater before, but usually it's connected to a local church and community accountability. You know, the Christian authority to baptize is not usually improvised 5 minutes after a personal awakening. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that real spiritual change can happen in the public eye, because I think the temptation to perform only disappears when you step away from the stage and can hear your own thoughts. And to be clear, I can't tell you whether Russell Brand is being genuine. I don't know his heart. People absolutely can change, but skepticism...
Girl. Lauren. Really? You don't know if he's being genuine? He chose Bear Grylls to baptize him at a zoo. He chose Bear Grylls, the guy who drank his own urine multiple times, to baptize him at a zoo. You don't know if he's being genuine? You don't know if he's being you think he might be genuine?
Is not unreasonable either. It just means sincerity and spectacle are very hard to separate when someone has spent an entire career turning personal transformation into content, which is why I think the Bible was very deliberate to warn against exactly this. In Matthew 6:5, Jesus...
They're closer to God than any... Oh, you think Russell Brand, the guy who raped somebody, a 16-year-old basically, who got baptized by a guy who drank his own urine multiple times in a zoo, is closer to God than any of us. Okay, all right.
Says, and when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. Truly I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. This is not the only verse that talks about not making a public spectacle of one's faith or holiness. All of these warnings exist within the Bible for the exact purpose of preventing crowdsourced and performative Christianity. So how does one make a distinction between Christian and non-Christian if holding up crucifixes for media photos and taking pictures in Deus Vult hoodies means the opposite of Christian behavior? Well, I am reminded of an old 4chan acronym, GIRL, G-I-R-L. It stood for Guy in Real Life. Anytime someone claimed to be a woman online, people would immediately go, sure you are, buddy, sure you are. Partly because back then, a lot of political forums were overwhelmingly male, and still are, and also partly because plenty of men absolutely did and still do pretend to be women on the internet for attention, leverage, and sheer internet weirdness. Eventually, some actual women on the forum would object, saying, hey guys, some of us really are women, not girls, and the response, well, not exactly charitable, contained what I think is a strangely useful point. It doesn't actually matter here. Your argument still has to stand on its own, so your label proves nothing. So in that sense, on 4chan, we are all girls here, and we reject your desire to credential yourself. And honestly, I increasingly think about online Christianity the same way. A controversial thing I have landed on after all this kind of thinking about it has been, I don't really believe in Christianity online. I don't. And it's not because Christians can't use the internet, but because a cross in your bio, scripture in your username, or declaring yourself a Christian tells me nothing useful. Just like on the old forums, the label itself has no authority here. What matters is how you behave, how you treat people, what kind of spirit follows you, and whether there is really any depth there once the performance falls away. And that's the fundamental problem, isn't it? None of that is observable online. We are all characters here. Even when we are sincere, we are still selecting what to show in real time for an audience. And the internet is just built to reward exactly the parts of religion that are easiest to imitate. Certainty, slogans, moral posturing. Which is why, I mean, a lot of you probably already know this, but I don't think you should be looking for a spiritual authority here. Certainly not from influencers, and certainly not from politicians. Once again, that doesn't mean there's nothing online that has value, but spiritually, I think you have to treat it like a video game. I enjoy playing Arc Raiders, for example. I think it sharpens certain instincts. It definitely gives me dopamine. I get to catch up with friends, but I am under no illusion.
Dude, Lauren Southern is a better gamer than me too. She's beautiful and she's a better gamer. That's okay. I'm like a really bad gamer, actually. I actually am kind of proud of how bad I am at gaming, so...
that it improves my actual shooting skills unless I go to a real range. And in the same way, there's nobody out here developing a spiritual life through a screen. It's like spirituality itself is about transcending the material realm. But when you're online, you're not even in the material realm. You gotta log off just to get there. And I know all of this, I get it. I know all of this sounds like my final defense of Christianity is just, well, you know, this isn't real Christianity. The stuff you're seeing online, that's not real Christianity. And I know that people hate that. They get really annoyed when any ideology is defended
like,
this way.
This is the no true Scotsman thing, right? But maybe she has a point.
That wasn't real communism. Because this always sounds like somebody trying to rescue an idea by redefining it after all the damage has been done. But Christianity is genuinely unusual because the text itself, unlike something like the Communist Manifesto, spends half its time predicting this exact problem. A shocking amount of the New Testament is basically just, hey guys, a lot of people will claim spiritual authority. Many of them are just motivated by ego, power, money, or control. And many of them are gonna sound super convincing, and here is how to tell. And then the remaining half is just like letters to churches already behaving terribly almost immediately. It's honestly remarkable how little optimism the New Testament has about institutional human nature. And even if you look at great, well-respected Christian writers like C.S. Lewis and T.S. Eliot, who I reference in this video, both of them warned incessantly that many people who call themselves Christian may not understand the word at all, and that some people who reject that label may embody it more deeply than those who publicly wear it. I cannot even begin to fathom what the two of them would say if they saw a world post-iPhone. There's just this unbridgeable divide between spiritual life and the internet. And I think that's a good thing. You know, God, if the word means anything, points towards something too large for binary code to carry. And call me crazy, but even off the internet, I just don't think God is usually found on stages with fireworks or crosses raised at the perfect moment for applause or an election. I think God is found in much quieter places. But given that one of the most universally traumatic experiences in modern life now appears to be forgetting your headphones on the bus and suddenly being forced to hear your own mind boot up, I'm not convinced many of us are sitting still long enough to feel anything deeper than distraction anymore. And I'm not even going to pretend to know the solution to that, because clearly even when I try to log off, when I write a book about logging off, it all still pulls me back in. I'm just as addicted as anybody else, and I don't know what to do. All I know is I'd like if we had fewer public prophets pretending they do.
Nice.
All right, guys, a few things I wanted to mention before I head out here. First of all, meet Moosher. This is a very important addition to my life. Her name's Mishka, but as you know with any cat, she only goes by 400 different nicknames. Hi, Moosher. Mish Moosh. And then the other things are where to find me and my relationship with the internet. Because I notice every time I make a post, put out a video, whatever, I have like thousands of people saying, oh, here she is. She's back again. She said she was quitting. First of all, I never say I'm quitting. I say I'm taking a... Okay, do you want to go up there? Do you want to... She likes my shoulder. I never say I'm quitting. I always say I'm like taking a step back, or I'm not doing interviews, or I'm trying to get a healthier relationship with the internet. I'm not leaving forever. And the fact that so many people think there is no in-between with posting every single day, monitoring the situation 24/7 on twitter.com, or, you know, just logging on when you have something to say. Come on, people. That is the quintessential problem with online politics. So, you know, you probably won't see me for another few months. I'll be in reality. But part of the reason you won't see me is because A, I've got a normie job, and B, I was actually accepted into a master's program. Now, I'm only doing
Good
like
for her.
one class a semester because it's expensive, and normie jobs just do not pay the same as doing stuff on the internet, which is why everyone's doing it all the time.
I wonder what her
So if
master's is going to be in. I'm curious. I bet it's going to be something like communications, right? What do you guys think her master's is going to be in? Or maybe it's something like theological, who knows?
If you enjoyed this video and you would like to see me make more videos, maybe even put some of my essays from my schooling, I would love if you wanted to follow me on Substack or Subscribestar, because then that'll give me a little extra time to write little essays and post when I do have things to say, because most of the time I am just working or reading now. Oh, sorry, Mish Moosh. Yes, that's right. Mommy got a cat and got accepted to a master's program, and now I'm just a cringe post-wall cat lady. It's the best. Seriously though, I appreciate all of you who have stuck around and who follow me. Go check me out on Subscribestar or Substack. I won't be posting all the time, but when I do post, hopefully it's worthwhile listening to. I don't know what else to say. Goodbye. See you next time. Farewell.
Good for her. Yeah, doing a master's program. That's nice. I wonder what it is in. I'm curious about that. I like that video. That was a pretty good video. There was one thing I wanted to go over. We were going to go over the Tucker Carlson interview, but I don't think we have time for that. But let's see. There is... Dude, I fucking love that they brought Aziz Ansari to SNL to do their little skit. And I only want to show you one part, okay? I only want to show you one part of this. It's like when they first bring him out, when they first bring Aziz Ansari out, it's like he forgets that he has to be in character to be Kash Patel. Look at him. Look at, he forgets, and then he was like, I gotta get in character.
Else wants to come say hello before he's almost certainly fired. Director of the FBI, Mr. Kash Patel.
It's too good. They did his makeup really well. They really did.
What up? What up?
He even sounds like him. It's incredible. Incredible.
It's K Dot, aka Cash with the K, aka the most effective FBI director this country's ever had, Cash Patel.
They really did his makeup well. Okay. I am done for the night. I definitely stayed on way longer than I meant to. So let's see. We're gonna go out. We are gonna raid out. Who are we gonna raid to? Let's see. The only people online might be Lo-Fi Girl. Oh, there's like nice cafe jazz stuff or fireplace ambiance. That might be nice. What do you guys think? Chat, are we even alive? Probably not. I'm going to send you to cafe relaxing music, okay? All right. Bye. I love you all. Hope you guys have a great night.